You have no idea the self-love that awakens after saying no more. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Carl Jung. There comes a powerful shift in your life when you finally say, no more. No more people-pleasing. No more shrinking to fit. No more tolerating what drains your soul. That moment, often quiet but deeply felt, is the awakening of true self-love. In this video, we explore what it really means to draw the line and reclaim your energy, your boundaries, and your inner peace. At Spiritual Wisdom, we believe that saying no can be the most loving act you ever do for yourself. Have you ever experienced this turning point? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Your story might just inspire someone else to take that first brave step toward freedom. 1. The breaking point is the beginning of true self. There comes a moment that doesn't announce itself, doesn't ask for permission, it simply arrives. You wake up one day and something feels different. Not dramatic, not loud, just heavy. A quiet weight pressing against your chest, not from sadness or anger, but from something deeper soul exhaustion. You've carried too many expectations, played too many roles, stayed too long in places that drained you. And suddenly, without warning, something inside you breaks. But this break is not the end. It's the beginning. It's the threshold Carl Jung called individuation, the sacred process where the false self shatters and the real self begins to rise. You feel it not as chaos, but as clarity. The whisper of no more starts small, but the moment you hear it, everything begins to shift. You start to see the patterns, the ways you've betrayed your own needs to protect someone else's comfort. You see how often you said yes when your heart screamed no. You recognize how long you've been shrinking to stay acceptable, likable, invisible. But now, you're done. Done editing yourself to fit into broken dynamics. Done bending over backward for those who never even offered a hand. Done being loyal to your own pain just because it's familiar. This is the moment where boundaries begin, not as walls, but as declarations. You don't owe anyone access to your energy just because they've grown used to taking it. You stop explaining yourself. Stop justifying your choices. Stop participating in emotional negotiations where you always come last. You begin to say no, not out of cruelty, but out of care for your own life. And something incredible happens. The world you used to fear starts to realign. Not because the world changes, but because you do. Self-love is no longer a buzzword or an Instagram post. It becomes your quiet revolution. It's saying, I'm not here to rescue people who won't save themselves. It's walking away from relationships that only survive in your silence. It's leaving the room when the energy feels off. It's trusting your gut over their guilt. And most of all, it's forgiving yourself for all the years you didn't know how to choose you. Jung was right. This process isn't pretty. You'll grieve the masks you wore. You'll feel the sting of people walking away once you stop playing the role they loved. But in that emptiness, space is made. Space for peace, for purpose, for a life that doesn't require performance. You begin to reclaim the energy you scattered trying to keep the peace, and instead, you build inner peace that doesn't rely on others. No one tells you how powerful it feels to finally say no more, to not just understand your worth, but to embody it. The version of you that rises after the breaking is real, raw, and radiant. It doesn't beg to be seen, it simply is. That is the power of individuation. That is the beginning of everything you were meant to become. If you feel the breaking point calling you to rise, not fall, this message is for you. Comment below, "I am becoming my true self," to honor your journey toward wholeness. 2. Saying no more is an act of self-love, not rebellion. Letting go isn't selfish, it's sacred. When you finally say no more, you are not pushing people away. You are returning home to yourself. It is not an act of rebellion, but an awakening. For too long, you've been expected to carry burdens that were never yours, emotional labor, unspoken obligations, silent sacrifices. You've kept the peace while your inner world was quietly crumbling. But the moment you say no more is the moment you choose peace over pleasing. It is the moment your healing begins. This choice is not about walking away from others. It's about walking back toward your truth. Carl Jung called it individuation, the process of becoming who you truly are, not who you were taught to be. And that process always begins with one radical act of self-honesty. You stop nodding in agreement when your heart says no. You stop overextending just to feel worthy. You stop explaining your soul to those committed to misunderstanding it. That quiet decision, made without drama or announcement, is more powerful than any scream. It is a silent revolution inside your soul. When you draw a boundary, you are not rejecting others. You are accepting yourself. You are reclaiming your voice from years of suppression, your energy from cycles that drained it, your love from people who mistook it for weakness. You begin to honor what feels right instead of what looks right. You no longer stay in rooms where your presence is only valued when you're shrinking. You stop setting yourself on fire to keep everyone else warm. You learn that peace is not something to earn, it's something to protect. In everyday life, this moment can look like a mother who finally says no to toxic family dynamics, choosing instead to model self-respect for her children. It can look like a man walking away from a high-paying job that was stealing his joy. It can look like a young woman refusing to stay in a relationship where she's only loved for how well she can abandon herself. Each of these decisions may look like loss on the surface, but underneath, they are sacred returns. A return to dignity, to boundaries, to tell the truth. After no more, the real self begins to emerge. You laugh without fear. You rest without guilt. You speak without shrinking. People who once thrived on your silence may fall away, but the people who remain those are your soul's companions. You no longer confuse sacrifice with love. You recognize that your worth is not tied to how much pain you can tolerate. And in this space of honesty and healing, you find a deeper kind of love, a love that begins within. A love that says, "I will no longer betray myself to be accepted. I am enough as I am." Are you ready to reclaim your truth and honor your inner self? If so, comment below. I choose self-love to affirm your sacred beginning. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss a moment of your healing journey. 3. You built an identity around your suffering. Many people remain trapped in toxic patterns not because they want to suffer, but because suffering became the foundation of their identity. Somewhere along the way, pain stopped being something that happened to them and became who they are. They learned to equate struggle with strength, chaos with love, and endurance with worthiness. In families where emotional expression was suppressed, where trauma was constant, survival required adopting roles: the fixer, the pleaser, the strong one. Over time, these roles fused with identity, and the pain that once hurt now feels familiar, even comforting. It becomes a badge of resilience, but also a prison. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." This is what happens when we mistake emotional wounds for emotional truths. We stay in relationships that drain us, convinced that our ability to tolerate suffering means we're loving deeply. We confuse loyalty with self-abandonment. We tell ourselves that staying in the fire is noble, when in fact, it's just a fear of walking into the unknown. We internalize the lie that our value is in how much we can carry for others, how quiet we can be about our own needs, and how well we can shrink ourselves to fit into roles that no longer serve us. But recognizing this dynamic is the beginning of freedom. When you say, "no more," you're not rejecting love. You're rejecting the version of love that demanded you disappear to keep the peace. You're not abandoning others. You're finally choosing not to abandon yourself. You're not being cold or cruel. You're drawing the line between compassion and self-destruction. And that line is where true self-love begins. Not in grand declarations, but in quiet revolutions of the heart that whisper, "I deserve to feel safe. I deserve to be free." Letting go of the identity built around suffering feels like loss at first. That's because pain gave you a script. Without it, you're unscripted, raw, vulnerable, but also real. That's the sacred doorway to transformation, where the old stories die and the true self emerges. You begin to rewrite what love means, what worth feels like, and what you allow into your life. You stop accepting crumbs and start creating a feast of peace, purpose, and presence. You realize that boundaries are not walls. They are bridges to your authentic life. You understand that healing isn't about becoming someone new, but remembering who you were before the world taught you to apologize for your existence. You learn that your value was never in how well you tolerated disrespect, but in how bravely you rise to reclaim yourself. And in that reclamation, self-love becomes more than an idea. It becomes a practice, a lifestyle, a quiet revolution that says, "I will no longer carry what breaks me just to make others comfortable." Do you recognize how far you've come and how much further you can go when you release the pain you once called home? If this message speaks to your soul, declare it in the comments. I am no longer defined by my suffering. Let this be your first step toward freedom. 4. Confronting the shadow is painful but necessary. Confronting the shadow is painful, but it's the only doorway to wholeness. Within each of us lives a collection of suppressed truths, our shame, our unmet needs, our silent rage, our deepest fears. These are not just forgotten feelings. They become the blueprint for how we relate to the world. Left unexamined, they seep into our lives as recurring patterns, people we attract, choices we regret, emotions we cannot explain. Carl Jung called this the shadow, the unconscious parts of ourselves we deny because we believe they're unlovable. But what if those parts are not our weakness, but our greatest invitation to heal? True healing begins not with pretending to be fine, but with the raw courage to say, "I'm not." To stop hiding from your story, to stop gaslighting your own intuition, to finally look at the wound, not with judgment, but with compassion. Because the shadow doesn't need more rejection, it needs your understanding. When you dare to turn inward and sit with the discomfort, you begin to unravel where the pain truly began. Not in the moment you were hurt, but in the moment You were made to believe that your pain didn't matter. This is the sacred work. It's the moment you stop running and start reclaiming. You begin to notice where you shrink yourself to be accepted, where you smile when you want to scream, where you give more than you have just to feel needed. You realize that every time you abandon your truth to please others, you feed the very shadow you're trying to escape. And then comes the decision, not loud, but life-changing, to say no more. No more betraying yourself. No more pretending. No more living a life that doesn't feel like yours. This decision is not rebellion. It's not anger. It's love. The kind of love that says, I am done carrying what was never mine. It's the first breath of freedom after years of emotional suffocation. As you face the shadow and integrate its wisdom, you begin to remember who you were before the world told you who to be. The more you embrace your darkness, the more you recover your light. The guilt starts to fade. The overthinking softens. And in its place grows a quiet strength that says, I belong to myself now. Self-love is not a destination. It's a practice of returning. Returning to the truth. Returning to the body. Returning to boundaries. Returning to the parts of you that are still waiting to be seen and held. And every time you choose to return, you heal a little more. You forgive yourself a little deeper. You begin to feel safe, not because the world has changed, but because you have. You've stopped outsourcing your worth. You've stopped apologizing for your needs. You've stopped negotiating your soul for scraps of validation. And in that radical act of self-honoring, something extraordinary happens. Peace. Not the peace that comes from pleasing others, but the peace that comes from finally pleasing your own soul. If this message speaks to you, don't walk this path alone. Subscribe to our channel and join a community committed to healing, growth, and truth. Together, we face the shadow, not in fear, but in faith. You are not broken. You are becoming whole. 5. Letting go feels like death, but it's rebirth. Letting go doesn't just mean walking away from a person or a job. It means releasing an entire identity that once made you feel safe. The version of you who tolerated the pain, who stayed quiet, who accepted less because it was familiar, that version is dissolving. And as it dissolves, it feels like death. Not the kind with a funeral, but the kind that happens deep within your soul. The kind that leaves you trembling, questioning, aching. But that pain is sacred. It's not the end of your story. It's the moment you begin to write a new one. At first, it may seem like you're failing. The doubts creep in. What if I regret this? What if I'm making a mistake? What if this is as good as it gets? But those questions are the voice of fear, not truth. In fact, fear showing up is the clearest sign that you're stepping beyond your comfort zone and into your growth. Carl Jung said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." And that's exactly what this is. The painful awakening of who you really are, underneath all the roles and expectations that were never truly yours. You're not weak for grieving. You're wise for recognizing that peace shouldn't have to be earned through suffering. You're brave for understanding that you can't heal in the same place that hurt you. And even though no one else may see the battle you're fighting, the sleepless nights, the silent tears, the quiet courage, it's real. It's a transformation in motion. You are not losing yourself. You are shedding what you never were. I once knew a woman who stayed in a relationship far past its expiration point. She was kind, loyal, endlessly forgiving. But every time she compromised, a piece of her light dimmed. One day, after yet another apology she didn't owe, she stood in the mirror and couldn't recognize herself. That was the breaking point. Not a dramatic event, no loud goodbye, just a silent knowing that it was time. And when she finally said, "No more," it felt like collapse. But from that collapse, something rose. Self-respect, self-trust, a love for herself that had been buried under years of self-sacrifice. That moment didn't destroy her, it saved her. You too have that moment, when you stop betraying your own soul just to be accepted. When you say, "This version of me no longer serves me." When you understand that you don't have to earn love by shrinking. And even if you walk away shaking, you walk away free. Because walking away isn't just about distance, it's about energy. It's reclaiming every part of you that you gave away in the name of survival. And in that reclamation, you don't become someone else. You become who you were always meant to be. This is your rebirth. Not loud, not easy, but undeniably powerful. And every time you choose yourself, you rewrite your destiny, not from fear, but from truth. If this message touched something deep within you, leave a comment of faith. I trust the rebirth within me. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss a moment of transformation with us. 6. As you reclaim your energy, you awaken to self-love. When you stop giving your energy to what drains you, it doesn't vanish. It returns home. And when it returns, it doesn't come back quietly. It comes with clarity, with truth, with a rising force that whispers, "You deserve more." This is the sacred return of self-love, not the fragile kind that waits for validation, but the kind that simply knows. You no longer reach out for someone to make you feel worthy. You no longer stay silent to keep the peace. You stop chasing connection that costs your dignity. You begin to embody your worth so deeply that it radiates from you without a word spoken. There's a profound power in no longer accepting crumbs. You used to plead for affection, twist yourself into shapes to be liked, keep quiet so others wouldn't leave. But now, you'd rather be alone in peace than surrounded in pretense. You've awakened to something that can't be unlearned. That deep, unshakable knowing that says, "I am enough, not because someone finally told me, but because I remembered. Because I reclaimed what I gave away: my time, my voice, my softness, my trust. And in calling it back, I called myself back." Think of all the times you felt small just to make others comfortable. All the times you bent your truth to keep the illusion of harmony. All the moments you told yourself, "Maybe if I change, they'll love me better." That was never love. That was survival. But survival isn't living, and living in your truth will cost you the false peace you once settled for. Saying no more is not rebellion. It is sacred clarity. It is your soul choosing itself, finally. Healing isn't loud. It looks like silence where you once argued, boundaries where you once begged, detachment where you once obsessed. The shift is subtle but permanent. People will notice. Some will leave, not because you've changed too much, but because you finally stopped playing small. And that's okay. You're not losing them. You're losing the illusion that you ever had to dim your light to be loved. Self-love isn't just a mantra. It's a daily rebellion against everything that taught you to betray yourself. It's walking away, even when your hands shake. It's protecting your peace more fiercely than your reputation. It's being so full of your own truth that you no longer fear being misunderstood, because you'd rather be real and alone than fake and accepted. As you reclaim your energy, you awaken to the powerful truth that your worth was never up for negotiation. And from this place, everything begins to align. You attract differently. You speak differently. You choose differently, not because you're trying to be someone new, but because you've remembered who you are underneath all the roles you were told to play. That is the moment you become magnetic. That is the moment you become free. If this message speaks to your soul, repeat after me. I reclaim my energy. I choose self-love. I trust this is my time to rise. 7. The world mirrors your inner transformation. When your inner world begins to heal, your outer world cannot help but shift in response. You stop resonating with pain, drama, and lack, and suddenly, those people and situations begin to fall away, as if by some invisible force. But it's not magic, it's energy. The more whole you become, the less you tolerate what once fed on your fragmentation. You're no longer attracting from a place of needing to be saved. You're attracting from a place of deep inner alignment. This is the power of self-love, not the kind that screams for attention, but the quiet, grounded love that honors your soul. Carl Jung called this synchronicity the external world rearranging itself to match the inner transformation that has taken place. You begin noticing patterns, the right people appearing, the job opportunities aligning, old wounds being mirrored so you can finally release them. These aren't coincidences, they are confirmations. Evidence that as you evolve, life evolves with you. The old version of you, the one who tolerated mistreatment, who stayed silent to keep the peace, who feared being alone, no longer exists. In its place stands someone who knows their worth and no longer begs the world to see it. It's not that toxic people suddenly vanish. It's that you no longer feel the pull to engage. You stop explaining yourself. Stop shrinking to make others comfortable. Stop betraying yourself to feel accepted. The shift is quiet, but undeniable. You feel it in the way your body relaxes around truth, in the way your spirit resists the urge to prove, in the peace that arises when you finally choose yourself without guilt. And the more you embody that truth, the more life begins to mirror it back to you, not just in people, but in timing, in signs, in unexpected blessings. You realize that the things you once chased now arrive without force. You don't have to beg for love, for respect, for recognition. They meet you at the level of your self-worth. You stop manifesting from fear and start magnetizing from wholeness. The more integrated your energy becomes, the more aligned your reality becomes. And even when things seem to fall apart, you no longer panic. You understand now that destruction often precedes divine alignment. That what is leaving your life is not a loss, it's a clearing, making space for something far more authentic. Your life begins to feel less like survival and more like truth. Less like proving and more like being. You no longer distort yourself to be chosen. You choose yourself, and in doing so, everything that reflects that choice begins to find its way to you. This is the mirror effect of inner transformation. This is the unseen law that governs the shift from pain to peace. You are not just changing, you are becoming. And the world, in all its mystery and order, will always meet you where you are. If this message resonates with your journey, leave a like, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. Type in the comments, "I attract alignment and abundance from within. Let the world mirror the transformation unfolding inside you. 8. Your self-love becomes unshakable and irreversible. Once you awaken to your worth, there is no going back. You stop negotiating with your pain, stop explaining away what doesn't feel right, and stop suppressing the voice within that always knew the truth. That voice becomes your guide, not fear, not guilt, not survival. You no longer exist to endure. You exist to live, to create, to breathe freely. The weight of others' expectations begins to fall away. You no longer tolerate relationships that exhaust your soul or environments that dim your spirit. You walk away, not with bitterness, but with clarity. And that clarity is a form of self-love that doesn't need to shout. It simply is. You become someone who protects their peace without apology. You stop justifying why you need space, why your energy has changed, or why you no longer respond the same way. That's not coldness, it's growth. Because when you've spent years betraying yourself in small, invisible ways, the decision to stop becomes a revolution. And in that revolution, something unshakable is born. Carl Jung said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." And once you've awakened, no one can convince you to fall back asleep. You begin attracting from wholeness rather than desperation. The chaos you once mistook for passion, the silence you once feared, the solitude you once ran from, all become sacred. You stop performing for love and begin embodying it. You realize that peace is not the absence of challenge, it's the presence of self. When you're no longer leaking your energy trying to be enough for others, it returns to you like a tide, full of power. You create boundaries not to push people away, but to keep your soul intact. You say no without guilt. You walk away without regret. And you trust that the universe always mirrors the energy you choose to live from. Your life transforms not all at once, but piece by piece. The more you align with your truth, the more things that don't serve you fall away. Some people disappear. Some opportunities dissolve. But the ones that remain are real, solid, aligned. You stop needing constant reassurance because your peace becomes your compass. You walk differently. You speak differently. You expect differently because you are different. And this difference is irreversible. Once you experience life rooted in truth, anything less feels unbearable. That's how you know it's real. You're not running from the past. You're finally walking toward yourself. 9. The final test. Embrace the void. Don't rush to fill it. There comes a moment often after you've let go of something that once felt vital when silence creeps in. Not the quiet of peace, but the unsettling stillness of the unknown. You've stepped away from the relationship, the job, the identity, or the belief system that once defined you. And now, something strange emerges. A void. This emptiness isn't loud. It doesn't scream or demand. It just is. And for many, this is where the real challenge begins, not in the letting go, but in what comes after. You see, most people rush to fill this space. The discomfort of the void is so intense that they grasp for anything old patterns, familiar distractions, even toxic comforts, just to avoid facing it. But the sacred truth is this: the void is not your enemy. It is your invitation. Carl Jung once said, "In all chaos, there is a cosmos. In all disorder, a secret order." That secret order reveals itself only when you stop running and allow the emptiness to speak. This space, this strange in-between state is what I call the final test. And the test is this: can you sit with the discomfort? Can you resist the urge to numb, fix, or force your way out of it? Because this void is not the end. It's the womb of your rebirth. Your clarity, your creative fire, your future self, they are all seated in this stillness. Let me speak directly to you now. If you are in this place, hovering in the unknown, feeling like your life is on pause, know this: you are not broken. You are not lost. You are transitioning. The world taught you to equate stillness with failure, but in reality, this is sacred ground. In spiritual traditions around the world, transformation begins in the void, whether it's the dark night of the soul, the cocoon of the caterpillar, or the wilderness where prophets found their voice. This is your wilderness, and in this quiet space, you begin to hear a different kind of truth. You begin to realize that you don't need to fill every silence, that your worth is not measured by how busy you are or how quickly you can bounce back. Healing doesn't have a deadline. Self-love doesn't require constant productivity, and clarity cannot be forced. It arrives, often gently, when you've stopped trying so hard to chase it. Here's what's beautiful about this moment. When you stop rushing to fill the void, something miraculous happens. Your intuition sharpens. Your imagination awakens. Your soul speaks. The emptiness begins to feel less like absence and more like possibility, like a blank canvas that's finally yours to paint on with intention, not impulse. So take a deep breath. Pause. Trust that you are exactly where you are meant to be. You don't need to panic. You don't need to prove anything. You just need to allow, to sit, to feel, to be. And in doing so, you are reborn, not as who you were, but as who you were always meant to become. To affirm your courage in facing the sacred unknown, comment below, "I embrace the void." Let this be your declaration of trust in the process of becoming. And if this message resonated with your soul, like the video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the bell so you never miss a moment of deep transformation. True self-love isn't loud, it's quiet, firm, and often begins with a simple yet powerful decision to say, no more. No more to being drained. No more to shrinking yourself. No more to carrying what was never yours to hold. As Carl Jung reminds us, the path to individuation, the discovery of your true self, starts the moment you choose peace over approval and authenticity over pleasing others. If today's message resonated with your spirit, don't keep it to yourself. Like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear these words, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more soul-nourishing content. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss the next moment of truth. Until next time, protect your energy, honor your boundaries, and keep walking in the direction of your healing. Chosen ones, you're surpassed the ultimate test unknowingly. The blessings are coming. The darkest hour is just before the dawn. This timeless saying holds deep truth for you, especially if you've been walking through trials in silence, wondering if anyone sees the battles you've overcome. In this video on Spiritual Wisdom, we uncover the incredible reality that as a chosen one, you've already surpassed your ultimate test, even if you didn't realize it. Now, the blessings that were held back are being released into your life. Are you ready to receive what's been divinely reserved for you? Comment below, "I'm ready for my blessings." and let's celebrate your breakthrough together. Your journey is just beginning. 1. You passed a divine test without knowing it. What you went through was never random. It was sacred preparation. Those quiet moments of struggle, when no one clapped for you, when no one saw the weight you carried, were divine tests. Tests not meant to punish, but to purify. They were designed to bring out the spiritual warrior within you, to stretch your patience, deepen your integrity, and align your soul with a higher calling. You weren't just going through hard times. You were walking through a refining fire, and you didn't even realize it. That's what makes it so powerful. Because the most authentic kind of strength is revealed when no one's watching. You were in a spiritual examination, one crafted by divine intelligence. You were tested in how you responded when doors closed, how you kept showing up when life offered no guarantee, and how you stayed faithful in the absence of applause. The spiritual awakening didn't come with fireworks or fanfare. It came through your quiet courage, your unseen endurance, and your daily decision to rise anyway. You didn't just survive, you evolved. Every chosen one must pass through this phase. The silence, the uncertainty, the hidden stretching. It's the secret training ground of the soul. Because your next level requires a stronger version of you. One that's not built on ego or performance, but on truth, humility, and inner clarity. The path you walked, lonely, uncertain, and often painful, was the initiation. And the fact that you're still here means you passed. There was no need for a loud announcement. The shift has already occurred within you. Your energy has changed. Your discernment has sharpened. Your spirit has matured. You've become more aware, more grounded, more aligned with your divine purpose. What was once confusing now holds clarity. What was once heavy has turned into wisdom. And now, the spiritual reward is already unfolding because the test is over. This is what a real spiritual awakening feels like, not glamorous, but transformational. It doesn't just change how you think. It changes who you are. It breaks down the false identity and activates your true assignment. You're no longer who you used to be. You are walking proof that pressure produces power, and silence gives birth to purpose. The breakthrough is not coming. It's already begun. Let it be known. You were tested in the spirit, and you were found worthy. And the blessings you're about to witness are not lucky accidents. They're the evidence that you've been chosen, refined, and aligned. You didn't pass because of perfection. You passed because of perseverance. And that is the true mark of the awakened soul. Comment below, "I passed the divine test," if you're ready to step into your higher calling. 2. The true obstacle was your own mind. The greatest obstacle was never the people who doubted you or the circumstances that tried to break you. It was your own mind. It was the quiet, persistent voice inside that told you you weren't enough, that you wouldn't make it, that you didn't have what it takes. Those doubts weren't just random thoughts. They were rooted in the layers of limiting beliefs you unknowingly absorbed over time. The critics outside only mirrored the fear within. But the moment you began to confront those internal lies, the spiritual shift began. You stopped looking for validation in the eyes of others and started recognizing the divine truth planted within you. Breaking free wasn't about escaping your environment. It was about awakening to the truth that had always been buried beneath the noise. Once you rejected the illusions that kept you small, A new energy entered your life. You opened yourself up to infinite spiritual potential. You were no longer confined by the invisible walls built from past pain, comparison, or fear. You began to see the patterns clearly. The people who rejected you were tests, the setbacks were training grounds, and the silence was sacred preparation. Everything had been part of the refining fire designed to strip away what was never yours to carry. There was no dramatic fanfare when it happened, no applause, just a quiet inner knowing that you were no longer who you used to be. You passed the test, not by fighting harder, but by seeing deeper. You saw through the distractions, the fear, the ego, and chose alignment instead. That choice to believe in your purpose over your pain was the true act of spiritual courage. And that's why things are shifting now. That's why the blessings are coming. Not as random rewards, but as natural results of your new frequency. You are no longer operating from survival. You've tapped into your soul's power. The final test wasn't about winning in the eyes of others. It was about remembering who you are in the eyes of God. And in doing so, you've become unshakable. You've stepped into the version of yourself that isn't controlled by fear or scarcity, but led by spiritual truth. And from this place, everything changes, not just for you, but for everyone connected to your mission. You didn't just pass the test, you transformed through it. And now, the universe recognizes your growth. Your energy speaks louder than words. You're no longer seeking permission to shine. You're simply being who you were always meant to be. And because of that, the doors that once felt sealed shut are now swinging wide open. What's coming isn't just a blessing. It's a reflection of your spiritual becoming. Are you ready to break free from your own limitations? If so, comment below. I release the doubt to affirm your commitment to a new, empowered mindset. 3. The universe was secretly guiding your awakening. What seemed like delays were actually divine detours. Each setback you encountered was not random. It was a precise spiritual setup, crafted to prepare you for the next level of your life. When things didn't go your way, it wasn't because you were forgotten. It was because you were being positioned. Every missed opportunity, every closed door, every painful pause was part of a larger spiritual strategy. You weren't falling behind. You were being aligned. This journey you've been on has been anything but ordinary. While others measured success in speed and milestones, your growth happened in silence, in secret, and in spirit. The universe was not ignoring you. It was guiding you, quietly, carefully, through signs, synchronicities, and moments that only made sense in hindsight. What looked like confusion was divine coordination. You were walking through a sacred initiation disguised as delay. Your soul was being trained to trust the unseen. The spiritual lessons came through frustration, isolation, and unexpected loss. But all of it was orchestrated for your elevation. The discomfort was a divine message in disguise, a call to rise, to awaken, and to walk by faith and not by sight. It wasn't about how strong you appeared to be. It was about how deeply you allowed yourself to grow from within. That's what made you different. That's what made you chosen. Now, the timing of this realization is not coincidence. It's confirmation. The spiritual work has been done in the dark. The clarity you've been waiting for is arriving because you've proven, without even knowing it, that you are ready. This awakening wasn't loud or dramatic. It was subtle. like a seed cracking beneath the soil. You didn't need applause. You needed alignment. And that's exactly what you've stepped into. There's a higher order behind the scenes of your life. What you thought was a detour was the divine route. What looked like abandonment was protection. What felt like silence was strategy. You didn't miss your moment. You were being spiritually equipped to handle it. And now that the breakthrough is here, it's not luck. It's law. The law of spiritual alignment always rewards those who endure with faith. This was never about waiting for blessings to fall from the sky. It was about becoming the kind of man who could carry them with integrity, wisdom, and power. And you've done exactly that. The universe didn't forget you. God didn't forsake you. You were hidden for refinement. And now, you're being revealed not just to receive, but to lead, to guide, and to walk fully in your divine purpose. If you believe the universe has been guiding your every step, repeat after me. I am aligned with divine timing. Every delay was preparation. I trust the journey completely. 4. Blessings begin to overflow after alignment. Now that the test has been passed and illusions have been shattered, something greater has begun. What you're experiencing is not luck, it's spiritual alignment. This is the result of the unseen battles you fought, the moments of silence where you chose growth over comfort, faith over fear, truth over illusion. The blessings showing up in your life right now, peace that can't be shaken, clarity that cuts through confusion, relationships that feel divinely orchestrated, and abundance that flows without resistance are not random. They are the evidence of a spiritual awakening that has transformed you from the inside out. You didn't force these blessings to come. You didn't manipulate, chase, or beg. You aligned. You surrendered. You let go of what no longer served your spirit, and in doing so, you made space for what was always meant for you. This alignment isn't about perfection. It's about purity of intention, about becoming so clear in who you are that everything in your life starts to mirror that clarity. You don't attract what you want. You attract what you are. And now that your inner world is aligned, your outer world has no choice but to respond. There was a time when confusion clouded your path, when everything felt like a struggle. But that chaos served a purpose. It refined you. The storm didn't break you. It shaped you. The pain didn't destroy you. It delivered you. And now that you've been recalibrated, you can see it clearly. What once felt like punishment was actually preparation. The delay wasn't denial. It was divine timing. And now, that time has come. This is why you're seeing new relationships enter your life that feel aligned with your soul. This is why doors are opening without you having to knock. This is why you feel a peace that doesn't depend on your circumstances. The spiritual work you've done, whether through prayer, solitude, healing, or simply choosing not to lower your standards, has activated a new flow in your life. And this flow is sacred. It's not accidental. It's the divine reward for your obedience and inner transformation. Spiritual awakening brings awareness, but spiritual alignment brings manifestation. And now, everything you touch is beginning to prosper. You are no longer operating from desperation, but from a deep trust that everything meant for you is already on its way. Your energy has shifted, your vision is clearer, and your steps are guided. You're not chasing, you're attracting. You're not striving, you're allowing. And in that space, blessings overflow. When you align your spirit with divine truth, everything begins to align around you. The chaos turns into clarity. The tests turn into testimonies. The waiting turns into receiving. And all of it begins when you stop looking for the blessing outside of you and start becoming the blessing within you. That is the power of true spiritual awakening. If this message has resonated with your spirit, affirm it in the comments below. I am aligned with God's will. I welcome His overflowing blessings into my life. 5. Stay grounded and humble in expansion. With every spiritual elevation comes a deeper call to responsibility. The blessings you've long awaited are arriving, but they do not come empty-handed. They arrive with a silent test, one that cannot be passed with noise or performance, but only through humility and grounded awareness. As your life expands, your spiritual connection must deepen. You must be vigilant, not in fear, but in wisdom. Discernment becomes your shield. In this season, not everyone who smiles is sincere, and not every opportunity is divinely aligned. Protect your peace like it's sacred, because it is the foundation upon which clarity is built, and clarity is the compass of spiritual purpose. The higher you rise, the more crucial it is to stay low in spirit, not to belittle yourself, but to stay connected to your source. Ego is subtle. It whispers through praise, through success, through attention. It convinces you that you earned this on your own. But humility remembers the divine hand behind the scenes. It honors the silent prayers, the private struggles, the unseen grace that carried you through. Humility is not weakness. It is spiritual strength, disguised as quiet confidence. It is what keeps your heart soft when power hardens others. Spiritual alignment requires that you pause often and return to your core. In a world that rewards noise, the chosen ones must choose stillness. Make time to reflect. Ask yourself the difficult questions. Are you still listening to the voice within? Are you still making decisions from a place of peace rather than pressure? Are you still walking with the same integrity when no one is watching? Expansion without reflection is a dangerous path. It builds empires on fragile ground. As abundance flows, the temptation to move faster will grow. But fast does not always mean aligned. Real elevation is sustainable. It multiplies without costing your soul. This is why spiritual grounding matters. It allows you to move with purpose, not just momentum. You are not here to be consumed by success. You are here to carry it with grace and transform it into something greater than yourself. Discernment sharpens in silence. Power matures through restraint. The blessing is not just in receiving, but in how you hold it. Will you hold it with fear or with faith? With pride or with purpose? The answers are revealed not in public moments, but in private ones. The spiritual path refines you behind closed doors long before it reveals you to the world. Peace is the most expensive gift you've been given. Guard it. Protect your spiritual space. Be selective with your energy, your time, your circle. Humility will keep you connected to heaven, while discernment will help you navigate the noise of earth. Stay rooted in your truth, not in titles. Stay anchored in presence, not performance. For it is not the magnitude of the blessing that sustains your path. It is the depth of your humility that determines how far the blessing can take you. Leave a like, subscribe to our channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful messages like this. Stay aligned with your blessings by choosing humility over ego. Type in the comments, "I grow in abundance and stay grounded in gratitude. 6. Your growth inspires others and impacts the collective. Your growth isn't just a personal achievement, it's a spiritual calling. Every breakthrough you've had, every moment of clarity, and every burden you've overcome has created a ripple far beyond your individual life. You may not see it, but your transformation is shifting the atmosphere around you. What once felt like private pain was actually a sacred process, designed not only to elevate you, but to awaken those silently watching from the shadows. As you rise, others feel that energy. Even if they don't say a word, their spirit recognizes the shift in yours. You become a mirror to their own potential, a reminder that change is possible. This is spiritual leadership in its purest form. Not leadership that demands attention, but leadership that radiates presence. You don't need a platform to lead. Your healed energy speaks louder than any title ever could. When you choose peace over retaliation, growth over comfort, discipline over distraction, you are preaching without words. Your life becomes a sermon. Your choices inspire those around you, not by pressure, but by presence. And those still trapped in illusion will feel something shift within themselves, simply by being near you. Your transformation is not just a blessing for you, it's a divine tool for collective elevation. The spiritual impact you make often goes unnoticed by the eye, but never by the soul. You've become the one who breaks generational patterns, who rewrites narratives of limitation, who walks with quiet authority because you've earned it in silence. And for those still caught in confusion or fear, you now serve as a compass. They won't always understand what has changed, but they'll feel drawn to your light because it carries truth. The universe designed it this way. The growth you've embodied is part of a much larger orchestration, one that touches your community, your family line, even strangers who cross your path. Every healed wound within you becomes an opening for others to heal theirs. Every step you take in truth opens a doorway for others to leave behind deception. This is why your presence matters more than you realize. You are not just existing, you are vibrating at a frequency that makes the unseen realm shift. You are altering timelines through your choices. And while you may feel unseen, misunderstood, or even rejected by those unable to comprehend your growth, know this. Your light is not for validation, it's for illumination. You've passed through the fire for a reason. The blessings coming your way are not just compensation for pain, they're spiritual tools meant to help you expand your mission. You didn't come this far just to be congratulated. You came this far to activate others. Your life is the evidence. Your energy is the testimony. And your continued rise is the silent revolution that awakens the world, one soul at a time. If you've made it this far, comment below. My growth is a light to others. Your voice matters, and by sharing, you help uplift the collective. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss a message that supports your spiritual journey. 7. This is just the beginning of your divine mission. You've completed the first phase, but this is far from the end. What lies ahead is deeper, higher, and even more aligned with your divine purpose. The struggles, the silence, the inner warfare was never meant to destroy you, only to shape you. And now that your foundation is solid, unshakable in spirit, and clear in vision, you no longer need to seek purpose. You've become a living expression of it. You're no longer wandering, questioning, or hesitating. You move with clarity because something within you has awakened a spiritual awakening that has changed everything from the inside out. The universe is now responding to your alignment. You will not have to search for your next chapter. It will unfold naturally before you. The right mentors will appear, those who carry wisdom that your soul has been quietly craving. Opportunities that once felt distant will now present themselves with divine timing, not because of luck, but because of spiritual readiness. These moments will not be random. They will be orchestrated by the same unseen forces that carried you through your lowest moments. Nothing was wasted. Every tear, every delay, every prayer, it built the path beneath your feet. You are stepping into assignments that require who you've become, not who you used to be. These new missions won't just demand your skills. They'll call for your depth, your healed heart, your grounded presence. You're not here to impress. You're here to awaken. And you'll do it not with noise, but with truth. The world is in need of the very light you once tried to dim to survive. That time is over. This is the season to stand tall in your knowing and to act with conviction. You are not chasing anymore. You are attracting. You are aligning. You are becoming. Stay faithful to your path. There will still be moments of testing, but now you understand they're not there to punish you. They're there to elevate you. Each one will refine your focus and expand your capacity. You've been trusted with more because you've proven your spirit is ready. The spiritual awakening you've undergone has shifted your entire atmosphere. You no longer react. You respond with purpose. You no longer rush. You trust divine timing. You no longer doubt, you discern. These are not small changes. They're the evidence of a deep inner transformation. Keep rising, not just for yourself, but for those who are watching you quietly. There are souls who will find their way simply because you kept walking. The blessings that are coming are not just for comfort, they're for legacy. You are building something that will outlast the pain it took to get here. Keep your heart open, your spirit grounded, and your vision high. This next level is not just a continuation, it's a divine unfolding. Let it come. Let it flow. You are ready. To affirm that you're ready for this next level of your divine mission, declare your alignment. Comment below, I am walking in purpose to honor your path and inspire others to rise into theirs. As you move forward, remember this. The test you didn't even realize you were passing was the very key unlocking the next level of your spiritual journey. You didn't just survive it, you transformed through it. Now, the blessings are already on their way, and your alignment with divine purpose will make them undeniable. If this message spoke to your spirit, don't keep it to yourself. Like, share, and spread the light. Make sure to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and turn on the notification bell so you never miss another soul-shifting message. More revelations are coming, and you won't want to miss what's next. The hidden message in synchronicities. 5 different types of synchronicity. Synchronicity is an ever-present reality for those who have eyes to see. Carl Jung. Have you ever experienced a strange coincidence so meaningful it left you speechless, like the universe whispered directly to you? Today's video dives into the powerful and mysterious phenomenon of synchronicity, inspired by the story of Anthony Hopkins and the book that seemingly found its way to him. As we explore 5 different types of synchronicities and their hidden messages, you'll discover how these signs aren't just random. They're invitations to align with your higher self and the rhythm of the universe. So, pay close attention. You might realize the universe has been speaking to you all along. Have you ever experienced a synchronicity that felt too precise to be chance? Share your story in the comments. We'd love to hear it. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss more insights from spiritual wisdom. Now, let's begin. 1. Warning or alert synchronicity. Some call it coincidence, others call it fate. But in the realm of spiritual awakening, there's a deeper truth that often goes unnoticed. The universe speaks through signs, and these signs are not random. They are synchronicities and intelligent patterns designed to guide, warn, and awaken us. One of the most powerful types is the warning or alert synchronicity. This kind of synchronicity often emerges in moments of inner conflict right before a critical decision, during high-stress periods, or when we're unknowingly standing at a fork in the road that could redefine our entire destiny. In such moments, the energy around us becomes unstable, as if reality itself is offering us a gentle nudge or a firm push away from potential danger. What we experience as frustration or delay might actually be divine redirection. Picture this: you're about to purchase a house. Everything on paper looks perfect. Low cost, great location, a deal too good to pass up. But on the day you're supposed to finalize it, your car won't start. It's annoying, sure, but you take a taxi and witness a serious accident en route. Then, arriving at the bank near the property, you see police entering a house next door. It rattles you. Something feels off. And with that uneasy gut feeling, you decide to walk away. Weeks later, you find out the area is riddled with legal problems, gang activity, or perhaps severe structural issues that were well hidden. That delayed the stalled car, the disturbing signs, the weird timing wasn't bad luck. It was spiritual intelligence at work. It was a synchronistic warning that steered you clear of a negative timeline. As men navigate the pressures of leadership, providing for our families, and shaping a meaningful legacy, it's easy to overlook the subtle ways the spiritual realm tries to get our attention. But the truth is, many of the best decisions we make are the ones we don't go through with, and it's often synchronicity that quietly intervenes. In a fast-moving world filled with noise, pausing to reflect on these moments is not weakness, it's wisdom. So if something doesn't feel right, if the timing is off, or life throws up red flags just when you're about to commit, listen closely. These experiences are not random. They are part of your spiritual path, helping you grow into a person who can navigate life not just with logic, but with a deeper, more intuitive understanding. Any delay, interruption, or detour can be a signal to recalibrate your course. It's not superstition, it's spiritual strategy. As you continue on your spiritual awakening path, learn to recognize these moments not as obstacles, but as divine signals. And remember, every synchronicity is a conversation between your higher self and the universe. If you embrace this message, comment below, "I embrace synchronicity." 2. Confirmation, synchronicity. When you're on the edge of change, when your heart is stirring with courage and your spirit is daring to believe in a new version of yourself, confirmation synchronicities show up like quiet applause from the universe. Unlike warning signs that signal red flags or danger, these spiritual messages affirm your inner alignment. They're the subtle whispers of reassurance that you are walking the right path in your journey of spirituality and spiritual growth. You might be stepping into unfamiliar territory. Maybe it's a new relationship, a career pivot, or finally choosing to speak your truth. At that vulnerable moment, you receive a sign. Perhaps it's a repeated phrase from strangers, a number pattern you keep seeing, or even a butterfly landing softly on your hand, just like it did for someone who finally launched a business idea that had scared and inspired them for months. On that very day of commitment, 2 butterflies landed on their hands as they overheard someone nearby saying, "You've done the right thing." Coincidence? Not quite. This is confirmation synchronicity, an energetic mirror that reflects back the truth of your brave decision. It's life saying, "Keep going." What makes these synchronicities so powerful is their timing. They don't appear when we're stuck in fear or hesitation. They emerge the moment we commit with clarity, and that's key. They're not about external proof, but about internal readiness. The moment your energy shifts, the outer world responds. Think about it. Have you ever made a bold decision, and then suddenly the right person called? Or a message arrived at the perfect moment to calm your nerves? These are not just coincidences. They are reflections of your expanded consciousness meeting the flow of divine timing. The universe always listens, but confirmation synchronicities appear when you start listening back with trust, with presence, and with an open heart. A man once shared that after ending a long-term job that drained his soul, he sat alone in a park, wondering if he'd made a mistake. Just then, a dog ran up to him, dropped a stick, and stared with eyes full of joy, waiting for him to play. The owner shouted from afar, "He only does that when he really likes someone." It wasn't just cute, it was cosmic affirmation. That moment of connection reminded him that he'd chosen freedom, and life was already responding in kind. It's through moments like these that we realize spiritual growth isn't just about meditation or reading sacred texts. It's about listening to the language of life and trusting the signs that are tailored for your journey. So, ask yourself, when was the last time life confirmed your path? Were you paying attention, or were you too distracted by fear to notice? You don't have to go searching for signs. Instead, focus on aligning with your truth. Act from the soul, and the signs will follow. Confirmation. Synchronicities are not magic tricks. They are spiritual echoes of your own evolution. The more you grow, the more clearly you'll see that the universe speaks in symbols, timing, and emotion. Trust that when your spirit speaks clearly, life listens and responds with unmistakable grace. When you walk in spiritual integrity, the world around you becomes your mirror. Stay committed to your growth, take aligned risks, and look for the affirming signs. They won't always come in dramatic flashes. Sometimes it's just a gentle nudge, a word on a billboard, or a stranger's smile, but they all carry the same message. Yes, you're on the right path. Let that be your fuel. Let that be your reminder that spirituality is not a destination. It's a relationship with the unseen. Keep walking forward and let the universe walk with you. I would love to hear your thoughts on this. What is your perspective on the importance of this value? Share your insights and let's continue this conversation. 3. Prophetic synchronicity. Let's talk about something truly mysterious, yet deeply personal: prophetic synchronicity, also known as spiritual omens or symbolic messages from the universe. Carl Jung, the pioneer of analytical psychology, once said, "Synchronicity is an ever-present reality for those who have eyes to see." That quote captures the essence of what we're exploring here. Moments when reality whispers through symbols, numbers, dreams, or signs that seem to appear out of nowhere but arrive right on time. Have you ever seen the same number pattern pop up repeatedly, like 1111 on the clock, or 333s on a license plate, and felt like it meant something, even if you couldn't quite explain what? That's not just a coincidence. That's prophetic synchronicity, one of the deepest forms of spiritual wisdom the universe uses to communicate with you. These synchronicities often show up during periods of emotional intensity or transition, when you're at a crossroads, questioning your path, or secretly hoping for a sign. They could come as a vivid dream, a stranger's exact words echoing your private thoughts, or a recurring animal or symbol that resonates with your inner state. And while the sign may seem external, its true meaning comes from within. That's the spiritual twist. It's not about what the sign is, it's about what it awakens in you. Unlike random coincidences, prophetic synchronicities often feel charged with meaning. They nudge you, confirm your gut feelings, or gently warn you to pause before taking a wrong turn. However, as Carl Jung taught us, the language of the soul is symbolic, not literal, so these signs require interpretation. This is why keeping a personal synchronicity journal is so important. When you track these moments over time, you'll start to see patterns that speak directly to your consciousness and your evolving spiritual journey. Just like dreams, these signs are fragments of your deeper self trying to surface. And here's where it gets fascinating. Many people who experience spiritual awakenings report that their synchronicities increase in frequency and clarity. Why? Because the more aligned you become with your soul's truth, the more sensitive you become to the language of the universe. In those moments, your inner world and outer reality dance together in harmony, and that dance is the essence of prophetic synchronicity. Have you ever experienced a moment that felt too perfectly timed to be random? A sign that left you speechless or deeply moved? What if that was the universe confirming that you are exactly where you need to be? In times like these, spiritual wisdom invites you not to brush it off, but to listen deeper, reflect, and ask, what is this sign trying to show me about myself, my path, or my next step? The more you honor these moments with presence and curiosity, the more the language of synchronicity opens up to you, not as something magical, but as a reflection of your growing connection to consciousness itself. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like this video and share it with others who might need these great values. Let's continue this conversation and go deeper into what these values really mean. 4. Manifestation synchronicity. They say, what you seek is seeking you, and nowhere is that more evident than in what we call manifestation synchronicity is a deeply spiritual phenomenon that speaks to the mysterious power of your thoughts, your energy, and your conscious intention. This type of synchronicity unfolds when something you've merely thought about or silently desired suddenly appears in your physical world without logical explanation. You might think of an old friend you haven't seen in over 10 years, and without reaching out, you bump into him at the grocery store the next day. Or you quietly wish for a rare book that's out of print, only to find it resting on a public bench. These are not simply coincidences. They are signs that your inner world is more deeply connected to external reality than you've been led to believe. In spiritual terms, they are the universe's response to your focused intention, a mirror reflecting back what your soul is energetically transmitting. And this leads to a profound question. Did your mind foresee what would happen, or did your desire cause the event to unfold? This is where the mystery deepens. According to certain interpretations in quantum physics, particularly those influenced by the observer effect, your consciousness doesn't just witness reality, it has the power to influence it. Some researchers even suggest that under specific conditions, our conscious focus might bend the flow of time itself, subtly rewriting fragments of the past to align with our present intention. That may sound like science fiction, but spiritual awakening is, in many ways, the process of realizing just how powerful and interconnected you truly are. When you experience manifestation synchronicity, it's not just about getting what you want. It's a wake-up call from the universe that says, your thoughts matter, your energy has weight, and your desires shape your destiny. And in today's world, where so many people feel powerless or stuck in routines, recognizing this power can be the first spark that leads to deeper self-awareness and a more intentional life. But here's the catch. This isn't just about thinking positively or wishing hard enough. It's about energetic alignment. If you're filled with doubt, fear, or resistance, you'll likely attract more confusion than clarity. But when your inner world is calm, clear, and aligned with purpose, synchronicities begin to multiply. So ask yourself today, what am I focusing on? What energy am I radiating into the world? Because whether you're aware of it or not, the universe is listening, and it responds not to your words, but to your vibration. Accepting this truth requires not only faith, but also responsibility. You are not a passive observer of life. You are a co-creator of it. And every moment of spiritual growth brings you closer to mastering that co-creation. So if you have experienced one of these strange alignments where your thoughts become your reality, know that it is not just luck. It is a sign that your spiritual awakening is taking place, and that life is inviting you to join in the process of opening up to a much deeper truth. If you join in this process, please comment below. I choose this wonderful energy. 5. Opportunity synchronicities. There's something almost magical about those moments when the right door opens just as you're ready to walk through it. These are what we call opportunity synchronicities. Those uplifting, soul-affirming events when preparation meets divine timing. You may have spent weeks or even years working quietly on your skills, dreams, or inner self. And then suddenly, the right job appears. The right person reaches out, or the right idea clicks into place. It's not coincidence. It's a reflection of your energy, aligning with the flow of the universe. One of the most beautiful aspects of spirituality is the realization that the universe doesn't just operate on logic, it responds to who you are becoming. These moments often arrive with a sense of peace and certainty, where everything feels like it's unfolding effortlessly, and you just know in your heart that you're meant to follow this path. Carl Jung once said, "When you are on the path of your soul, coincidences happen to encourage you." So ask yourself, have you experienced this kind of alignment recently, where everything just seemed to work out perfectly? And if not, could it be that you're in a season of preparation, laying the foundation for synchronicities to bloom? Let me share a quick story. There was a man in his late 30s who had quietly been studying graphic design in his spare time, even though his full-time job was in customer service. He never talked much about it, just worked on his craft at night. Then one afternoon, while helping a difficult customer, he casually mentioned a design he was working on. The customer, as it turns out, owned a boutique branding agency and asked to see his portfolio. That one moment of alignment being ready and open led to a full-time creative career that changed his life. It wasn't forced. It wasn't planned. It was spiritual growth in motion, where who he had become inside finally mirrored what he was ready to receive on the outside. These kinds of synchronicities don't just make life easier. They validate your inner work. They whisper to your spirit, "You're on the right path. Keep going." So here's something to reflect on. Are you truly prepared for the opportunity you're asking for? Are your intentions clear, your energy aligned, and your actions in harmony with your vision? Because when you cultivate awareness and commit to your own growth, the universe responds. That's the heart of spirituality. It's not about forcing outcomes, but about aligning with who you're meant to be so that what's meant for you can find you. Stay grounded in your truth. Stay open to the unexpected. And remember that every small act of growth is preparing you for something greater. You never know when the next opportunity for synchronicity will appear. But when it does, you'll recognize it as a sign that your spiritual journey is unfolding exactly as it should. If this message speaks to you, take it a step further and share it with someone who might need this reminder. Together, we can build connections rooted in honesty and respect. As we've explored in this video, synchronicities aren't just random events. They're meaningful messages guiding you toward growth, alignment, and deeper purpose. From dream symbols to repeated numbers, these 5 types of synchronicity remind us that life is always speaking to us if we're willing to listen. Keep a journal, reflect often, and stay open to the mystery. The more you align with your inner truth, the more the universe responds in kind. Have you noticed any synchronicities in your own life recently? Share your experiences in the comments. We'd love to hear your story. And if this video sparked something within you, don't forget to like, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the bell so you won't miss what's coming next on your journey of awakening. 13 signs your aura is too powerful for most people to handle. As Carl Jung once said, the most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. But what if your very presence already stirs the world around you? In today's video from Spiritual Wisdom, we explore 13 powerful signs that your aura is too intense for most people to handle, not because there's something wrong with you, but because your energy reveals truths others aren't ready to face. If you've ever been told you're too much, too deep, or simply felt misunderstood for your energy, you're not alone. These signs will help you understand your power, embrace it with confidence, and use it to elevate your life and the lives of those around you. Which of these signs have you experienced most in your journey? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. We'd love to hear your story. 1. The aura is your energetic signature, rooted in psychology. Carl Jung, the father of analytical psychology, didn't speak of auras in the mystical sense, yet his insights into the unconscious laid the psychological foundation for what many now understand as energy. According to Jung, when the conscious mind and unconscious self come into alignment, the result is a state of deep integrity, a kind of psychic wholeness that radiates outward. What you project isn't just confidence, it's presence, it's coherence, and most importantly, it's power. Your aura is your energetic fingerprint, completely unique, impossible to fake, and felt long before it's ever understood. It's the sum of your thoughts, emotions, wounds, healing, and self-awareness. It is how your inner world vibrates into the outer world. When you're aligned with your truth, when you've done the inner work to become whole, your aura doesn't just glow. It speaks. It communicates silently, but forcefully. And while some people will be drawn to it, like moths to a flame, others will flinch in discomfort, not because you're doing anything wrong, but because your energy exposes what they've hidden from themselves. This is the silent paradox of a powerful aura. You become a living mirror. Your calm highlights their chaos. Your groundedness reveals their anxiety. Your authenticity threatens the masks they've grown comfortable behind. This isn't your fault. This is projection, a dynamic Jung described in great detail. People unconsciously cast their shadows onto others, and when your light is too bright, it becomes unbearable for those still hiding in their darkness. That's why you might notice strange patterns. People avoid eye contact, conversations shifting into awkward tones, friends turning cold for no reason, colleagues keeping their distance without cause, even strangers sensing something in you they can't explain but feel deeply. This has little to do with your behavior and everything to do with your vibration. You hold an energy they haven't yet learned to carry, and the dissonance between their unresolved pain and your inner peace creates discomfort. But here's where the transformation happens. When you stop personalizing the resistance, when you realize that your aura is not a problem to fix, but a proof of the healing you've done. You didn't just wake up with this energy, you earned it. Through the fires of emotional pain, through the valleys of shadow work, through choosing integrity over performance, silence over noise, authenticity over approval. You've faced yourself, and that is the rarest kind of power. You no longer need to explain yourself. You no longer shrink to soothe the room. You no longer betray your truth to keep the peace. Why? Because your very presence has become a message. It doesn't ask for validation. It doesn't shout. It simply is. A powerful aura doesn't demand the spotlight. It naturally commands attention, not with noise, but with resonance. Like a tuning fork that quietly aligns everything around it, your energy becomes the unspoken leader, the unintentional catalyst. And this is where many people struggle. They assume being liked means being safe, being small, being digestible. But when your aura is powerful, it's not about being liked. It's about being true. It's about being a reminder of what is possible, of what is real, of what they have not yet dared to become. You become the evidence of depth in a world obsessed with surfaces. You are not intimidating. You are illuminating. You are not difficult. You are different. And those who are ready will recognize you not by what you say, but by how they feel and your presence challenged, awakened, seen. So the next time someone misreads you, misunderstands you, or resists you without reason, remember, it's not personal. It's energetic. It's a projection. And most importantly, it's a sign that your light is working. Your aura is a sacred frequency. Protect it. Don't shrink it. Don't apologize for it. Live it fully. Because in doing so, you silently give others permission to rise, to heal, to awaken. Let your alignment speak louder than your words ever could. And if you're ready to claim that level of consciousness, comment below. I align my energy as a sacred declaration of your power. 2. A powerful aura exposes others, not just inspires them. Your aura isn't just a mystical glow or some abstract concept. It's the energetic fingerprint of your soul. It's the silent language of your inner truth. And when your energy becomes strong, grounded, and aligned, it doesn't just walk into a room, it shifts the atmosphere. You don't need to speak. Your presence alone can stir emotions in others, not because you've done anything wrong, but because your very existence reflects a level of truth that many people are not yet ready to face. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And that's exactly what happens when your aura grows in power. It's not arrogance, it's alignment. You vibrate on a frequency that disrupts the comfort zones built on illusions and self-denial. And make no mistake, this kind of spiritual wisdom can be deeply uncomfortable for those who are still hiding from themselves. Let me share a quick story to make this real. A woman named Claire had been doing deep healing work for months, meditating, journaling, releasing old traumas. She wasn't trying to be different. She simply was. But soon, friends she'd known for years stopped calling. People at work started gossiping. She felt isolated. What she didn't realize was that her presence had changed. She no longer sought validation, no longer played small, no longer avoided difficult truths. Her aura was now a mirror, and some people couldn't handle what it reflected back. That's what happens when your energy begins to speak louder than your words. You stop needing to explain yourself. You stop needing to convince anyone of your worth. You just are. And in that state of being, your aura becomes both a magnet and a filter. Some will be drawn to your light like moths to a flame. Others will retreat, uncomfortable in your presence, because your clarity exposes their confusion. Jung may not have used the word aura, but his teachings on individuation and the unconscious mind speak to the same truth. We are fields of energy as much as we are minds and bodies. The more honest you become with yourself, the more that energy intensifies. It's not about charm. It's not about charisma. It's about self-awareness. And when you embody that awareness, when you stop performing and start living in full spiritual integrity, your energy becomes a silent act of rebellion against everything false. You're no longer playing the game. You're no longer shrinking to fit into places that dishonor your soul. And that's exactly why some people pull away. They're not rejecting you. They're rejecting the parts of themselves that your presence activates. But don't let that make you question your path. This isn't something to feel guilty about. It's a sign of your growth. You're not just a person anymore, you're a presence. You're not just speaking about energy, you are the energy. You're not trying to impress, you're expressing. That's real spiritual wisdom. And when your aura is this powerful, you stop trying to fix others. You focus on staying whole. You stop over-explaining. You start attracting what matches your frequency. You become a mirror, not always a flattering one, but always a necessary one. Because sometimes, the truth doesn't soothe, it reveals. So if you're walking this path, if you feel your energy shifting, your circle thinning, and your truth deepening, know that you're not alone. You are evolving. You are aligning. And your presence is a quiet revolution in a noisy world. If you're ready to own your authentic energy and let your presence speak volumes, comment below. I own my authentic energy. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a drop of spiritual wisdom from our channel. 3. Powerful auras act as mirrors. There's a reason your presence feels intense to some people. It's not because you're loud, flashy, or trying too hard. It's because your aura is powerful. And when your aura radiates authenticity and alignment, it doesn't just brighten a room, it shifts it. As the psychologist Carl Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. When you embody that truth, others can't help but feel it. You see, you don't need to speak to be heard. Your energy speaks first. And often, what it says is uncomfortable, not because you are unkind or judgmental, but because your very existence reflects what others are trying to suppress. Your powerful aura becomes a mirror, bringing up unhealed wounds, hidden insecurities, and silent fears in the people around you. They might misinterpret this as criticism or arrogance, but in reality, it's their own pain rising up in the face of your clarity. When you've done the work, the real inner work of healing, shedding, and evolving your energy becomes unmistakable. It is rooted, it is grounded, and it carries the quiet wisdom of someone who no longer seeks validation from the outside. And this alone, dear soul, can shake people. Because while many are still acting from a place of performance or pretending, you've learned to live from the soul. That contrast is both magnetic and polarizing. Some people are drawn to your light, others retreat from it. But either way, you leave an impression that cannot be ignored. A powerful aura doesn't need noise to be noticed. It draws people in through stillness, through presence. You don't have to try to be someone. You already are. And that being, that essence, communicates more than any words ever could. People who have not yet met their own truth may feel threatened, even if you've done nothing but stand in peace. It's not personal. It's energetic. Energy always precedes words. Here's what's important to understand. You didn't stumble upon this frequency. You earned it. Through heartbreaks, breakdowns, solitude, and deep transformation, you've cultivated a vibration that few are willing to maintain. And because you've made peace with your shadows, you no longer play small to fit in. You don't abandon yourself to keep others comfortable. This is the work of spiritual awakening, and you're walking it. But let's get real. A powerful aura can be lonely. People might fall away. Friends may distance themselves. Family might not understand. But that doesn't mean something is wrong with you. On the contrary, it means your energy is doing what it's meant to do, triggering growth. Your frequency is like a tuning fork. It shakes loose anything not in harmony. And while some will rise with you, others will resist the shift. So if you've ever wondered why you draw strong reactions, admiration, envy, curiosity, or silence, now you know. It's not you they're reacting to. It's what you awaken inside them. That's the law of attraction in action. And that's also the gift of living with spirituality, truth, and integrity. Your aura reminds people of what they've forgotten. That alignment is possible, that self-love is powerful, and that healing is real. There's nothing you need to shrink for. Keep standing in your wholeness. Keep honoring your journey. Let your aura speak louder than your words, and trust that those who are ready will recognize your light. The world doesn't need more masks. It needs more souls like yours. Clear, calm, courageous. If this message speaks to your soul, take a moment to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Here, we honor the power of your presence, explore the truths of energy and manifestation, and support each other in the journey of self-awareness and spiritual growth. And remember, your aura isn't too much. It's exactly what this world needs. 4. Individuation creates a magnetic, disturbing presence. When you integrate your shadow and become whole, what Carl Jung called individuation, you radiate a different kind of presence. It's not loud, flashy, or attention-seeking. It's grounded, real, and intensely magnetic. This kind of energy doesn't demand the spotlight. It is the spotlight. It quietly commands attention without effort because it carries weight, truth, and coherence. But here's what many people don't understand. That very coherence can deeply disturb others. Not because you're doing anything wrong, but because your wholeness contrasts with their fragmentation. You are a mirror, and when people haven't faced themselves, they'll recoil from what you reflect back. Those who still live behind masks, who suppress their wounds and wear personas built for approval, will feel uneasy in your presence. Your authenticity unsettles the performance. Your clarity disturbs the confusion they've grown used to. Your energy feels like a truth bomb going off in a room full of illusions. You might notice people pulling away, making passive remarks, or acting uncomfortable for reasons they can't articulate. Don't mistake this for rejection. It's resistance not to you, but to what you represent, the possibility of wholeness. And wholeness scares people who haven't yet faced their own chaos. This dynamic can play out anywhere in meetings where your silence says more than small talk ever could, in friendships that start to wither without clear reason, or in family circles where your presence feels like a challenge to unspoken roles and rules. What's happening isn't personal, it's energetic. You've become a frequency others aren't tuned to yet. And when two energies don't harmonize, the discord is palpable. But you are not here to shrink for harmony. You are here to embody truth, even when it creates tension. Your aura carries the vibration of someone who has walked through their own darkness and emerged with wisdom, not bitterness. And that's powerful. That's rare. That's unsettling. Because most people have been trained to hide their wounds, not heal them. So when they see someone who has alchemized pain into presence, they don't know whether to be inspired or intimidated. Often, it's both. And so, without meaning to, your mere existence becomes a catalyst. You activate people, not with words, but with energy. Some will grow because of you. Others will distance themselves. Let them. Keep walking your path. Not everyone is ready for the storm you carry. And yet, that storm is the very thing that clears the way for yourself and for the world. If you felt the shift within where your authenticity disturbs, not just inspires, then declare it. Comment below, "I am whole, and my energy speaks truth." 5. You shift the atmosphere instantly. Your aura walks in before your body does. That's not poetry. It's energetic fact. You don't just enter a room, you transform it. Your energy carries a vibration so potent that it either calms the chaos or stirs it up, depending entirely on the emotional state of those around you. The shift you create is not subtle. It's immediate, unspoken, and deeply felt. Carl Jung once said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." And for many, your energy is that awakening. Pain brings clarity, or it brings resistance, but it never leaves anything untouched. Have you ever noticed people stop and look at you without knowing why? Or how a conversation changes the moment you arrive? That's not about how you look. It's your aura, your presence, your frequency. People sense something in you that isn't explained by words. You bring truth into rooms built on masks. And truth, my friend, is magnetic, but also unsettling, especially for those who haven't made peace with their own shadows. Here's the thing. You're not trying to challenge anyone. You're not even saying anything most of the time. Yet your very presence becomes a mirror. People feel seen, not just their surface, but their wounds, their fears, their inconsistencies. When you are aligned with yourself, others can't pretend to be aligned with their own dysfunction. That tension, that's your stillness triggering their inner noise. And this extends beyond humans. Animals and children who have not yet learned to lie to themselves feel you instantly. A dog might come to you in stillness or back away in anxiety. A child might stare at you, entranced, or hide behind their parent's leg, because even they can feel your soul's current. They're not reacting to how you look. They're responding to the charge of truth you carry in a world diluted with pretense. Let me tell you a story. A woman named Maya once worked in several offices where strange patterns followed her. People either opened up to her as if she'd known them for years, or they began avoiding her with no obvious reason. At first, she doubted herself. Am I too intense? She wondered. Am I the problem? But over time, Maya discovered the truth. She wasn't the source of the problem. She was the reveal. Her energy wasn't disturbing the peace. It was revealing the inner wars people were fighting silently. She didn't need to change her frequency. She needed to honor it. That's the lesson here for you. You don't shift atmospheres by doing anything. You shift them by being yourself. Your energy field, your aura, is a force of nature. It speaks before your mouth does. It reveals what's hidden, not to shame, but to awaken. And those who are not ready to awaken may resist you. But that doesn't mean you are too much. It means you are exactly what this moment is asking for. Never shrink yourself to make others comfortable in their illusions. Never dim your brilliance to maintain the status quo. If your aura unsettles the room, maybe the room needs to be unsettled. As Carl Jung wisely stated, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. You are a living reminder of that truth. Your authenticity is not a weapon, it's a wake-up call. And in a world lulled to sleep by superficiality, your energy is the alarm. If this message resonates with you, if you've ever walked into a room and felt the weight shift, then you are not alone. You are powerful beyond what you realize, and that power is needed. So let your aura speak. Let your presence disturb, inspire, ignite. Comment below, I shift energy. Your voice amplifies the light. Your truth deepens the awakening. And your presence? It's the catalyst this world has been waiting for. 6. You trigger psychological projection. People with powerful auras don't need to speak loudly to be heard. Their presence alone stirs something deep in others. When your energy is intense, pure, and aligned, it doesn't just light up a space it reflects. It reveals. It exposes. And for many people, that's deeply uncomfortable. This is why you often become the target of projections. You're not the cause of their emotional outbursts, their envy, or their accusations. You're simply the mirror that shows them what they're not ready to see. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." That unconscious material, fear, guilt, jealousy, needs a trigger to rise to the surface. Your aura is that trigger. People feel your authenticity, your clarity, your calm, and instead of being inspired, they feel threatened. Not because you are harmful, but because they've never truly looked at themselves in that way. And in the presence of your light, their shadows feel exposed. In daily life, this can show up in subtle but draining ways. You might be at work, quietly focused, doing your best, and someone suddenly starts acting passive-aggressively toward you. You haven't done anything wrong, but your presence unsettles them. Why? Because they've spent years hiding behind masks, and you, just by being real, disrupt that comfort. You make them feel things they buried: inadequacy, insecurity, unresolved guilt. Rather than reflect, they react. Even in close relationships, this dynamic can be painful. You may be loving, steady, and emotionally self-aware, yet your partner begins projecting their wounds onto you. They accuse you of things you've never done. They question your loyalty. They try to make you feel guilty for simply being independent. The truth is, they are struggling to meet you at the level of clarity you're vibrating at. And rather than admit their inner chaos, they blame the peace you embody. When you carry strong, high-frequency energy, you don't just inspire transformation, you provoke it. And transformation is uncomfortable. People may call you too sensitive, too distant, too intense. But none of that is true. What's actually happening is that their subconscious is trying to protect them from the truth you bring too close to the surface. You're not meant to dim your light to soothe those still hiding from theirs. You're not here to carry the emotional projections of others. Your job is to stay aligned, to remember that you're not the cause of their discomfort. You're the invitation to growth they weren't ready for. Stay centered. Don't internalize their storms. And don't confuse their fear with your fault. When you walk into a room and people shift, when you speak and others feel exposed, when you love deeply and others push you away, it's not your fault. It's your power. A powerful aura disrupts illusions. It triggers unconscious patterns. And while not everyone will appreciate it, those who are ready to awaken will never forget it. 7. Your energy elicits intense reactions from strangers. When your energy field is strong, it doesn't ask for attention. It demands a reaction. You may notice that strangers either open up to you instantly or become uncomfortable in your presence. This isn't random. It's the invisible impact of your vibration interacting with their subconscious mind. Your aura, which carries the emotional and spiritual resonance of who you truly are, stirs up the emotions others haven't yet dealt with. They don't know why they feel exposed or unsettled around you, but it's because your frequency naturally brings the hidden to light. Many people live behind emotional masks, unaware of how much they've suppressed. Then you walk into the room, calm, authentic, whole, and suddenly their defenses shake. Some are drawn to you, pulled by a deep sense of safety, as if your energy gives them permission to be real. Others, however, may act defensive or cold because your presence reminds them of everything they've buried. Their reaction has little to do with you and everything to do with what your energy reflects back to them. Your vibration acts as a mirror, one that reveals what they're not ready to see. Carl Jung understood this deeply. He wrote, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. Your aura, however, confronts them with their soul without saying a word." That's why you've had random conversations where people confided in you as if they'd known you forever. That's also why some people respond with sudden irritation or judgment. Your spiritual field doesn't just comfort, it awakens. An awakening is rarely a comfortable process. You carry the weight of presence. Not everyone is ready to feel it. Your energy pierces through superficial interactions and reaches something ancient and real in people. For some, that's healing. For others, it's terrifying. And yet, it's not your job to dim your light, to protect others from their own shadows. Your only responsibility is to continue embodying truth, even when truth disturbs the room. This is the burden and the blessing of having a powerful aura. You'll walk through the world awakening reactions that have nothing to do with your words or actions and everything to do with your energy. The more aligned and whole you become, the more you'll trigger what's unaligned and fragmented in others. It's not personal, it's spiritual. The stronger your light, the more it exposes. That's the unspoken impact of powerful energy. It liberates some and rattles others. Either way, it leaves no soul untouched. Comment below, "My energy awakens truth," if you've noticed how strangers react deeply to your presence. Your aura isn't random. It's a mirror to the soul. If this resonates, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss more insights like this. 8. You're labeled too intense or misunderstood. People who live on the surface often find emotional depth confusing, even threatening. They may say, "You're too serious, too intense, or too much," when in truth, what they're reacting to is your energetic presence, your inner clarity, your spiritual resonance. You carry emotional and spiritual frequencies that confront the unconscious parts of others. You stir something they've spent years suppressing. You don't just speak from the mind, you speak from the soul. And that makes people feel naked, exposed, and unsure around you. This reaction isn't about your behavior, it's about your essence. Your aura, the energetic field surrounding you, holds your emotional truth. It is shaped by your self-awareness, your healing, your shadow work, and your courage to be real in a world obsessed with appearances. Most people haven't met themselves in silence, haven't sat with their grief, their rage, their longing. So when you walk into the room, radiating authenticity, they feel it, and for many, it's too much. It triggers shame, fear, jealousy, or confusion they don't know how to name. So instead, they blame your intensity. You've been forged by fire spiritually, emotionally, energetically. You've gone through things that shattered you, and instead of hiding the cracks, you let the light pour through them. You carry truth in your voice and purpose in your eyes. And that makes you magnetic, but also polarizing, because your presence invites people to either rise or retreat. Some will be drawn to your energy like a lifeline. Others will resent it because it reminds them of everything they've buried. Your depth disrupts the illusion of normal. In a world that rewards superficiality, distraction, and emotional detachment, your clarity is radical. You listen differently. You love differently. You ask questions that pierce the veil of denial. You see what people try to hide, and you don't play along with the game. And while some people will find healing in your presence, others will call you dramatic, overwhelming, or too deep, simply because you don't give them the option to stay asleep. There is a sacred discomfort you bring, and that is your gift. Your emotional energy isn't chaotic, it's alive. It vibrates with sincerity and purpose. You weren't made to be small. You weren't designed to be tolerated. You were born to activate truth in the people around you, even if that truth makes them flinch. Your aura challenges the masks others wear. It reflects what they're not ready to face. And that reflection can feel like pressure, when in reality, it's an invitation. You've never been too much. You've just been around too many people who settled for too little. They weren't prepared to witness someone who feels so deeply, loves so fiercely, and sees so clearly. But that doesn't mean you need to change. It means you need to remember who you are and stand firmly in that power. Not to prove anything, but to live freely, fully, and awake. If you've ever been called too intense or misunderstood for simply being deep and authentic, you're not alone. Comment, I resonate with this, if you felt this way, or not my experience, if you see it differently. Your voice matters. Let's talk about it in the comments. 9. You're a magnet for toxic people without boundaries. Toxic or narcissistic people don't just stumble into your life by accident. They are often drawn in by the rare frequency your energy radiates. There is something magnetic about your integrated aura, something steady and whole that they subconsciously crave. These individuals, who haven't done the inner work to heal or evolve, are instinctively attracted to your light, not because they respect it, but because they want to consume it. They see in you what they are unwilling to cultivate within themselves: self-awareness, emotional strength, and spiritual harmony. Your aura acts like a beacon. It doesn't scream for attention, but its authenticity speaks volumes in a world full of facades. That's why people come to you with their problems, their emotional messes, their unresolved traumas. Without realizing it, you become their healer, their counselor, their emotional sponge. But the danger here is subtle. When your boundaries aren't firm, your compassion can quickly turn into self-sacrifice. You give, they take. You listen, they unload. You soothe, they depend. And somewhere in that cycle, your energy begins to fray at the edges. This dynamic is not about blame, it's about awareness. As Carl Jung once said, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. So instead of turning inward, toxic people reach outward to you. They want access to your energy without earning the wisdom that created it. They want the fruit, not the roots. And if you're not mindful, their chaos becomes your confusion. You start to wonder why your presence stirs up intensity in others, why people either cling to you or lash out without provocation. The answer lies in your frequency. Your aura is a mirror, and for many, what they see reflected is the truth they've long avoided. Your stability highlights their instability. Your peace confronts their inner storm. Your light exposes their shadows. And so, without boundaries, you become a magnet for the emotionally unhealed. They don't want to grow. They want to be carried. They don't want to rise. They want to feed. And while empathy is one of your greatest gifts, it must be paired with discernment. Not everyone deserves access to your sacred space. Not everyone is meant to walk beside you. And love without limits is not love, it's depletion. In the real world, this shows up in small but relentless ways. You're the one people vent to, but rarely ask about. You're the friend who gives advice, but has no one to turn to. You're the employee who holds the emotional weight of the team, even if no one says it out loud. And when you begin to set boundaries, you notice who respects your space and who tries to push past it. That's the difference between connection and control. Your powerful aura is not a weakness, it's a responsibility. And just as a flame must be protected from the wind to keep burning, your energy must be guarded from those who only want its warmth, but not its source. True power lies not in being available to everyone, but in being fully present for yourself. To affirm your awareness and energetic boundaries, comment below, "I protect my peace." Your words might be the reminder someone else needs today to stand strong in their light. 10. You naturally repel the superficial. People who are deeply attached to surface-level validation often feel uneasy around you, not because you are unkind, but because your energy doesn't play by the same rules. You don't flatter, you don't perform, and you don't conform just to make others comfortable. Your authenticity becomes a silent confrontation. It holds up a mirror, one that reflects the hollowness of pretenses and the fragility of false identities. This is why those who live for appearances or hide behind polished masks either avoid you or try to reduce you by calling you intense, serious, or boring. They may not understand it consciously, but your presence makes them feel seen in a way they aren't ready for. You don't engage in shallow talk for the sake of fitting in, and you don't inflate your personality to gain approval. That alone disorients people who rely on external validation for their sense of self. They might gossip, overcompensate with charm, or constantly seek attention, but none of that moves you. Your stillness, your grounded nature, it unsettles them because it exposes how noisy and disconnected they truly feel inside. They may try to label your depth as a flaw, but it's not. It's a sign of coherence. Carl Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And you are living that truth, whether others can understand it or not. You don't repel people because of negativity. You repel superficiality because your vibration demands truth. You unconsciously remind people of what they've buried, their silence, their unresolved wounds, their forgotten desires for real connection. This is why, even in crowds, you often stand alone. Not because you are lonely, but because your spirit refuses to settle for anything less than real. You may feel isolated at times, but that isolation is sacred. It means your soul is choosing quality over quantity, depth over noise, truth over convenience. You're not here to entertain illusions. You're here to awaken energy. And that awakening will always trigger something in others. Admiration in the ready, resistance in the unready. Spiritual wisdom reminds us that your aura is not just a presence, it's a purifier. It moves through spaces and cleanses what is fake, what is performative, what is hollow. You don't have to speak to make a shift happen. Your being already speaks for you. And in a world drowning in distraction, your authenticity is a rare medicine. It's no wonder some people can't handle it. You're not too much. You're just living in alignment, and that is always disruptive to those who aren't. If you've ever been called too real or felt isolated for simply being yourself, this message is for you. Comment below. I choose truth over appearances. If you're ready to honor your authenticity and walk boldly in your light, let's rise together, one soul, one truth at a time. 11. You energize or drain others based on their vibration. Some people feel energized in your presence, as if their spirits have been gently lifted just by being near you. Others, however, feel uncomfortable, irritated, or even drained, and it has nothing to do with what you say. It's your aura. Your energy field interacts directly with theirs, exposing emotional tension, repressed wounds, or unresolved thoughts. This energetic reaction isn't personal, it's vibrational. When someone is grounded and aligned, they receive your presence like healing sunlight. But when someone is fragmented or hiding behind defense mechanisms, your light becomes a mirror, and they may flinch at their own reflection. Carl Jung's concept of psychic interaction explains this invisible yet powerful exchange. He believed that people constantly project unconscious material onto others, and that deeper personalities like yours tend to attract stronger projections. Your aura doesn't just exist, it communicates. It speaks directly to the unspoken, stirring truth in others, even if they aren't ready to hear it. That's why people sometimes misunderstand you or retreat from your presence. You are not just a person to them. You are a trigger, a spotlight, a spiritual wake-up call. Think of those times when someone told you they felt peaceful around you, as if a weight had lifted, even though you barely spoke. That's not coincidence. It's a testament to your frequency. But also think about when you walked into a room and immediately felt drained. Maybe your body tensed up, your mood shifted, or you sensed hostility without reason. That wasn't just intuition. It was your energetic boundaries being tested. You absorb what's around you more deeply than others, and your body responds before your mind even knows why. In the workplace, your calm confidence may be seen as a threat to those fueled by competition and control. They may act cold, passive-aggressive, or overly critical, not because you're wrong, but because your presence unsettles their masks. Your steadiness makes their inner chaos louder. Your honesty makes their avoidance harder, and your compassion highlights their disconnect. That's why the same aura that uplifts one person might disturb another. You don't change, but their reaction does, based on their level of inner harmony. This dynamic is not something you need to fix. It's something you must understand. When your aura is strong and integrated, it becomes a tuning fork for truth. Those attuned to love, growth, and integrity will resonate with you. Those clinging to illusions, ego, and denial will resist you. Both are reflections, not judgments. Your role is not to dim your energy to be accepted. Your role is to discern, to choose wisely who gets access to your presence and who doesn't. When someone tells you that you're too much, it often means your authenticity demands a level of self-honesty they're not ready for. When someone says they feel calm just being near you, it's because their soul recognizes yours. You are the energetic mirror, the amplifier, the quiet force that reveals what's hidden, and that power is sacred. Protect it. 12. People confide in you unintentionally. People open up to you without warning. They share things they've kept hidden for years, their regrets, wounds, private stories, and suppressed emotions. You don't ask for it, yet they pour it out. This isn't a coincidence. Your aura creates a field of safety, a silent invitation that tells people you're safe here. They feel seen in your presence, not judged. You don't just hear them, you feel them. And in a world where most people are starving for emotional safety, your energy becomes their refuge. Carl Jung once said, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people." That's exactly what you radiate. People trust you because whether you speak it or not, your energy carries the wisdom of survival. You've walked through your own shadows, and that silent knowing draws others in. Your aura doesn't just glow, it mirrors truth. It tells people it's okay to feel, it's okay to heal. And so, without understanding why, they tell you everything. But what they don't realize is that this gift can become a burden. You're left holding the weight of stories that aren't yours. People leave lighter, while you walk away heavier. It's subtle at first, a little fatigue, a little brain fog, the quiet pressure of being too emotionally full. Then one day, you realize you've become everyone's healer, yet no one knows when you're hurting. That's why energetic boundaries aren't just helpful, they're essential. Being kind doesn't mean being a container for other people's pain. Just because someone opens up doesn't mean you're meant to carry it. Sometimes, the most powerful thing you can say is, "I hear you, but I'm not in a space to take this on right now." You're not rejecting them. You're protecting yourself. You must also tend to your energetic hygiene. Cleanse your space. Cleanse your spirit. Whether that's through deep breathing, prayer, journaling, or simply being alone in silence, do whatever reconnects you to your own center. Your aura is your energetic signature, and just like your body, it needs rest, protection, and renewal. Being a space of emotional safety is sacred, but it must be balanced with self-respect. You are not here to absorb everyone's emotional chaos. You are here to guide, to reflect, and to stand in your power. You don't have to dim your light, but you do have to guard the flame. Have people ever opened up to you out of nowhere, as if your presence gave them permission to be real? If you've experienced this, share your story in the comments so others can relate and learn. If not, comment, "I am open to understanding," to begin recognizing the quiet power your energy holds. 13. Your aura is a sacred responsibility, not a trophy. A powerful aura is not a trophy to be polished and shown off. It is the visible evidence of deep inner work, emotional maturity, and spiritual integrity. It means you've walked through fire without losing your softness. You've learned the value of silence, the necessity of solitude, and the sacredness of saying no. Carl Jung emphasized that transformation doesn't come from imagining light, but from making the darkness conscious. Your aura reflects how much of that darkness you've faced, integrated, and transmuted into strength, presence, and stillness. Your energy doesn't just light up a room, it shifts it. People can feel your frequency before you speak. Some are drawn to it like a lighthouse in a storm. Others are unsettled, even repelled, because your very presence confronts what they've buried. You don't need to speak for your aura to speak for you. But this isn't about power or dominance. It's about clarity. And clarity is disruptive to confusion. The clearer you are within yourself, the more sharply you reflect the illusions around you. That's why you feel misunderstood. That's why strangers react strongly to your presence. You're not being judged, you're being felt. This sacred frequency you carry is not for everyone. It's for those ready to remember who they are. Your aura acts as a mirror, one that reflects not only beauty, but also buried pain. Some people project their unhealed wounds onto you. They don't even know why, but being around you makes them feel exposed. This is not your fault. It's your function. You're not here to fix them. You're not here to rescue. You're here to be a living vibration that stirs souls awake. That is the role of a true light bearer. Not to heal on command, but to embody wholeness so fully that healing becomes contagious. Because your aura is so potent, boundaries are not optional. They're sacred. You are the gatekeeper of your energy. Not everyone deserves access. Just like a temple is protected, so too must your energetic field be. That doesn't make you harsh, it makes you wise. Spiritual maturity means recognizing that being available to everyone can dilute your purpose. You weren't meant to be everywhere, for everyone, all the time. Your time, your space, your essence, they are offerings. And offerings are sacred because they're rare, intentional, and aligned. The more integrated you are, the more people will mistake you for being too much, too deep, too quiet, too intense. But that's not your burden to carry. The discomfort they feel is not your responsibility to resolve. It is a reflection of their own fragmentation. You didn't cause it, you revealed it. Let them call it whatever they need to. Your job is not to shrink into something safer. Your job is to remain in your truth. This is what it means to live with a powerful aura. Not to be admired, but to be unshakable. Not to impress, but to embody. Not to shine above, but to awaken within. As we uncover the 13 signs of a powerful aura, let this be more than just insight. Let it be a mirror to your inner strength. Your presence here means you're not afraid of your light. Comment below. My aura speaks before I do, to affirm your power and inspire others on the same path. Let's continue this journey together. Thank you for joining us on this eye-opening journey into the hidden power of your aura. If today's message resonated with you and helped you recognize the strength of your energy, remember you are not alone, and your presence has a purpose. There is so much more to uncover on this path of spiritual awakening and energetic mastery. If you found value in this video, don't forget to like, share it with someone who needs this insight, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Make sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss an opportunity to grow deeper and shine brighter. Your energy is a gift. Honor it, protect it, and let it lead you forward. Why you have no motivation left after spiritual awakening. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Have you ever felt like after finally awakening to deeper truths, life suddenly lost its spark? You're not alone. Many seekers experience a strange emptiness after spiritual awakening, a quiet stillness where motivation used to live. But what if this isn't a failure, but a sacred turning point? In today's video from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore why your drive may fade after awakening, and how this phase holds the hidden key to a more authentic life. As you listen, ask yourself, have I experienced this silent pause? Drop a comment below to share your journey, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss a moment of truth and transformation. 1. The paradox of awakening. Emptiness after revelation. Spiritual awakening doesn't always arrive with a thunderclap of purpose. More often, it slips in quietly, unraveling everything you once believed about who you are and why you exist. You see through illusions, recognize the masks, and realize that much of what once fueled your ambition, approval, praise, identity was constructed. At first, that realization feels like liberation. You feel clean, almost weightless, like stepping out of a burning house into cool night air. But then comes the silence. And the silence, though peaceful, feels disorienting. You're no longer driven by the same desires, but you haven't yet found a new compass. What follows is a strange hollowness, not depression in the traditional sense, but a sacred kind of stillness. The passions that once lit your fire no longer burn. You don't feel the urge to chase, to prove, to perform. It may feel like a lack of motivation, but it's actually the soul shedding its skin. In Jungian terms, the ego has stepped aside, and now the self begins to take shape. But the self does not rush. It moves with timeless precision, inviting you to slow down, listen, and unlearn. This phase is not a breakdown. It is a reorientation. This is the sacred pause. In the language of spiritual wisdom, it is the winter of the soul, a time when nothing blooms on the surface, but deep beneath, something powerful is rooting. Most people fear this silence because it lacks the validation they're used to. The world celebrates progress, productivity, and hustle. But the soul craves stillness, simplicity, and depth. When you awaken, you stop being moved by shallow incentives. The matrix of achievement no longer seduces you. And without that external push, it feels as though you've stalled. But in truth, you're entering the space where authentic motivation is born not from ego, but from essence. This space feels empty because it is waiting for truth, your truth. Not the truth you inherited, or were told, or absorbed unconsciously, but the kind that rises from silence and speaks without words. In this in-between, you are not supposed to act, fix, or chase. You are meant to sit in the discomfort, to feel what arises, and to honor the quiet transformation taking place. There is no map here, only presence. You are not broken for feeling unmotivated. You are awakening to a deeper rhythm. The fire will return, but it won't come from force. It will come from alignment. When your inner world is no longer at war, when your truth is no longer buried beneath conditioning, something sacred stirs. And what awakens then is not a shallow passion, but a calling, a quiet, unwavering pull towards something real, meaningful, and lasting. If this message resonates with you, comment below. I honor the sacred pause. Your stillness is not a setback. It's part of your transformation. Like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom so you never miss a moment of deep truth on your awakening journey. 2. Loss of motivation is a spiritual recalibration. What appears to be laziness, procrastination, or apathy after a spiritual awakening is often something far deeper, an invisible inner shift that Carl Jung would describe as the dismantling of ego-driven desires. The goals that once ignited us, climbing corporate ladders, gaining approval, chasing success, begin to lose their emotional charge. The fire dims not because the soul is dying, but because it is recalibrating. Motivation that once came from external applause now feels hollow. You no longer strive to be seen because something within you has already witnessed the truth of who you are. Carl Jung taught that the process of individuation, the journey of becoming the true self, demands the shedding of false layers. And one of the loudest layers we carry is the voice of the ego, always pushing, proving, performing. When that voice quiets, there is an eerie silence. You stop chasing what no longer fits your spirit. You become disinterested in things you once obsessed over. But this absence of desire is not depression. It is sacred stillness. It is the soul pulling you inward so you can listen. The modern world fears this pause. Society equates worth with productivity, speed, and output. We're programmed to panic when we lose momentum. But spiritual wisdom sees value in the void. Just like winter strips the trees bare to prepare for spring, the soul removes all that is not rooted in truth. In this season of not doing, you are not falling behind. You are returning to your center. This transition can be disorienting. You might feel like you're drifting, lost, or disconnected. But underneath that numbness is a new current, waiting. Carl Jung emphasized that this stage is necessary for true transformation. The ego must dissolve so that the authentic self, the one aligned with your soul's calling, can emerge without interference. During this time, you may find yourself uninterested in old roles or relationships. You may withdraw from social norms that once defined you. The world may label this as apathy or detachment, but Jung would call it individuation. The self is reclaiming its authority. Your soul is no longer interested in performance. It's interested in presence, in meaning, in wholeness. As this inner shift deepens, motivation eventually returns, but not as it once was. This time, it's not fueled by competition, comparison, or fear of missing out. It comes from peace. You move not to escape yourself, but to express yourself. Action becomes an extension of being, not a mask for emptiness. The truth is, when you lose motivation after awakening, it's not because something has gone wrong. It's because something false has fallen away. The emptiness you feel is the clearing of an old script. What remains is the raw, fertile ground from which authentic purpose will rise quietly, gently, and in perfect alignment with your soul. Are you experiencing a shift in motivation that feels confusing or heavy? It might be your soul realigning with a deeper truth. If you're ready to embrace this inner recalibration, comment below. I trust my soul's timing, and let the journey toward true alignment begin. 3. Carl Jung's concept of the liminal space and nigredo. Carl Jung called it nigredo, the blackening. It's the stage of spiritual awakening, where the old version of you begins to dissolve. The ego, once driven by validation, ambition, and identity, collapses. But the true self, the soul-led essence of who you really are, hasn't yet fully emerged. This in-between phase is quiet, still, and deeply uncomfortable. It feels like something is dying, and it is. But what's dying isn't your life. It's the illusion of control, the illusion of certainty, the illusion of self built on everything outside of you. In this liminal space, motivation disappears. You no longer chase goals the way you used to. The external rewards that once pushed you, success, approval, performance, suddenly feel meaningless. You might think you're lazy or unmotivated, but what's really happening is a sacred shedding. Your energy is being withdrawn from ego-driven pursuits and redirected toward soul alignment. The fire that once burned for validation now goes quiet, not because you're broken, but because your inner compass is recalibrating. Jung warned that society often misdiagnoses this phase. In a world that glorifies constant productivity and visible results, stillness is seen as failure. But the Negredo is not dysfunction, it's purification. The alchemists saw it as the necessary first stage before gold could be created. The psyche undergoes a similar process. It must be stripped of its illusions before it can be made whole. At this stage, life may feel dull or hollow. There is no clarity, no rush of inspiration, just a strange, sacred pause. But this pause is not emptiness, it's gestation. Just as a caterpillar melts into formlessness before becoming a butterfly, your soul is preparing for its next form. There is wisdom in the waiting. There is power in the void. The motivation you once knew came from fear, from survival, from needing to prove something. What comes next will be rooted in peace, in alignment, in truth. You're not meant to force your way through this. The Negredo invites surrender. Let yourself rest. Let the layers fall. This is the death before rebirth. It's not a sign that you've lost your purpose. It's proof that a deeper purpose is beginning to form. One that doesn't come from the mind, but from your essence. As Jung said, we cannot change anything unless we accept it. Condemnation does not liberate, it oppresses. This is your liberation. When the soul finishes its quiet work, the light will return, but it will be a different kind of light. Not the spotlight of performance, but the quiet glow of knowing. And in that light, you'll move again. Not to prove, not to escape, but because something deeper inside you is ready to live, not perform. That is the real beginning. That is spiritual awakening. If this message resonated with your journey through darkness and transformation, leave a like and subscribe to our channel. Tap the notification bell so you won't miss powerful insights like this. And in the comments, type, "I embrace the liminal space," to affirm your courage in becoming who you truly are. 4. Ego doesn't die. It loses its script. After a spiritual awakening, something profound happens within you. The ego, once the narrator of your entire life story, suddenly falls silent. It doesn't die, but it loses its script. The familiar identities, ambitions, and roles it clung to no longer feel true. You don't want what you used to want. You don't chase what you used to chase. This isn't failure or regression. It's transformation. The ego isn't being destroyed. It's being stripped down, rewritten, humbled. And yet, in this in-between space, the true self hasn't fully emerged. That's the tension, like standing in a quiet theater after the curtain has fallen, but before a new act begins. Carl Jung called this space Negredo, the black stage of inner alchemy. A period where meaning dissolves, identity fades, and you are no longer driven by egoic fire. You wake up and no longer feel the same pull toward success, praise, or even productivity. You may ask yourself, why do I feel so empty now that I finally understand the truth? This emptiness is not a flaw. It's a sacred pause. Spiritual wisdom teaches that the soul cannot speak over the noise of performance, and so it must first quiet the ego. What feels like a loss of motivation is, in fact, the beginning of alignment. In this sacred stillness, the external world may not understand you. Friends may say you've changed. Society may label it as burnout, depression, or lack of ambition. But inside, something far more intelligent is occurring. The soul is recalibrating. The energy that once surged toward proving your worth is now redirecting inward, toward presence, awareness, and truth. You are learning to act not from a need to be seen, but from a desire to be whole. And yet, this transition is not easy. You are shedding layers of false self while not yet knowing what the new self will be. It can feel like being in freefall with no destination. But spiritual awakening doesn't promise comfort, it promises clarity. And clarity often arrives through the dismantling of illusions, not the fulfillment of desires. It is in this strange terrain that spiritual wisdom becomes your guide, not to show you what to do, but to remind you that it's okay not to know. Slowly, motivation begins to return, but this time, it flows from authenticity, not anxiety. You are no longer motivated by comparison, validation, or fear of falling behind. You are moved by inner truth, gentle purpose, and quiet knowing. The ego, now humble and observant, steps aside for the soul to lead. This new energy is not loud or manic. It is calm, focused, and radiant. It doesn't burn you out. It grounds you. If you feel stuck, unmotivated, or lost after awakening, you are not broken. You are in the sacred chrysalis between who you were and who you are becoming. You are learning how to live without the mask. You are allowing truth to replace performance. And though the ego has lost its lines, the soul is composing something far more beautiful, an inner harmony that no longer needs applause to feel real. Have you ever felt like your old identity no longer fits, but your true voice hasn't fully emerged yet? That's the ego in transition. Share your experience in the comments below. What part of your old script have you let go of? And if you're just beginning to step into the unknown, type, "I am ready to hear my true self," to join others on this powerful journey of transformation. 5. Individuation, becoming the real self. After a spiritual awakening, the motivation that once pushed you to strive, hustle, and prove yourself suddenly disappears, not because you're broken, but because you're being rebuilt from the inside out. According to Carl Jung, this is the process of individuation, the deep psychological integration of ego and self. It's not about becoming something better. It's about becoming whole. But that wholeness doesn't arrive wrapped in clarity or energy. In fact, it often arrives cloaked in silence, stillness, and a strange sense of not knowing who you are anymore. You once ran on fuel made of ambition, approval, and the need to be seen. But that fuel no longer works. The identity that once gave you purpose has dissolved. You're not who you were, but you're not yet who you're becoming. This is the liminal space Jung referred to as a psychological twilight, where the old self has crumbled, but the new self hasn't yet taken shape. It's not dysfunction, it's a sacred transition. In this space, doing for the sake of doing loses its meaning. What once energized you, deadlines, recognition, external rewards, now feels irrelevant. Take the story of Sarah, a corporate high performer who lived on caffeine and career goals. After a powerful moment of awakening during a silent retreat, she returned home to find that everything she had once cared about felt empty. She couldn't force herself to care about sales reports or quarterly goals. What she once called drive now felt like noise. Her soul had begun speaking a new language, but her life was still written in the old one. This is the rupture Carl Jung described, a psychic death that makes space for the self to emerge. But it doesn't happen all at once. There's a waiting, a sacred stillness. And in that stillness, many begin to panic, believing they've lost their passion. But what's really gone is the illusion. What's really arriving is something more honest. This new fuel doesn't look like adrenaline. It looks like peace. It moves in silence. It guides rather than pushes. You're not lazy. You're no longer willing to betray your soul for external rewards. You're not unmotivated. You're waiting for a deeper alignment. The energy that will move you now is quieter, but infinitely more powerful. It flows from authenticity, not image. From connection, not performance. And while the world may not recognize this transformation, your inner being does. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you look into your own heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." This awakening dismantles everything false, but in doing so, it opens the door to everything real. You're not meant to go back. You're meant to go deeper. The silence you're experiencing isn't the end. It's the invitation. If this message resonated with your soul, leave a comment of intention. I choose to live from my authentic self. And if you're ready to walk this path of inner wholeness, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a moment of spiritual wisdom. 6. Modern culture fears the sacred pause. Society misunderstands stillness. It labels it laziness, depression, or weakness because it fears what it cannot control. In a culture that idolizes constant movement and measurable success, doing nothing looks suspicious. But after a spiritual awakening, that nothing is sacred. It's not dysfunction, it's divine timing. The soul does not move at the speed of capitalism. It doesn't wake up and immediately demand a to-do list. It whispers. It waits. And in that silence, something ancient begins to stir. Carl Jung understood this. He saw the human journey not as a race to productivity, but as a spiral inward, a return to the self. He warned that true transformation doesn't happen in motion, but in stillness. Jung called this withdrawal of energy the beginning of individuation. It's when the ego steps back and the deeper self prepares to emerge. But before that emergence, there is often a long pause, a psychological winter where nothing blooms and the old motivations fall away like dead leaves. This is the sacred recalibration. You are not lazy. You are detoxing from the noise of the world. The goals that once fired you up were often rooted in ego, fear, or a desire to prove your worth. Now that you've seen through the illusion, those goals no longer energize you. That's not failure. That's progress. You are learning to live from the soul instead of survival. What once pushed you approval, validation, competition, no longer matters. That's why your motivation fades. It's not gone. It's being rewritten. But this part is painful. Because no one warns you that spiritual awakening feels like emptiness before it feels like purpose. You're no longer chasing, but you haven't yet received the new direction. You're in between stories. The old script has burned, and the new voice hasn't spoken yet. This is the liminal space, and it can feel unbearable. But it is also the birthplace of authenticity. As Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. That can only happen in silence. So if you feel hollow, uninspired, or still, know this. You are not broken. You are becoming real. You are pausing not because you have failed, but because your inner life is asking to be heard. The soul does not shout, it whispers. And to hear it, you must be still. The discomfort you feel is not the absence of progress, it is the death of performance. You are shedding the need to be seen, liked, or praised, and beginning the slow, sacred work of being whole. This is the wisdom that spiritual awakening brings Not excitement or clarity, but the courage to sit in the dark and wait for your real self to rise. Do you feel the truth of this message in your soul? If so, declare it in the comments below. I honor the sacred pause within me. And if this video spoke to your heart, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss a moment of stillness and truth. 7. Shadow work, the foundation of real growth. After a spiritual awakening, what many expect is a flood of energy, purpose, and newfound clarity. But what actually arrives is often a deep, uncomfortable stillness, a quiet emptiness. And in that silence, the first real work begins, not the work of achieving, but the work of becoming. What feels like a loss of motivation is not a failure of progress, it's a shift in direction. You are no longer driven by egoic goals, by the need to prove or perform. What once lit your fire approval, success, and identity suddenly feels hollow. This isn't stagnation, it's space. And space is what the shadow has been waiting for. The shadow holds everything you've hidden from yourself. Your grief, your rage, your loneliness, your unmet needs. These pieces don't rise to punish you. They rise to be seen, integrated, and loved. They are not signs that you are regressing. They are signs that you are finally strong enough to meet them. In spiritual wisdom, this is not a setback. It's a sacred return. You are circling back to the beginning, but from a higher place. You are not the same person re-entering the same pain. You are the one who now has the capacity to hold it, honor it, and transform it. Many people think shadow work is advanced, that it comes after the light, after the awakening, after the bliss. But this is a misunderstanding. Shadow work is not the final level, it's the foundation. Without it, your awakening remains incomplete. As Carl Jung said, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. To evolve, you must stop bypassing the dark and start honoring it. The shadow is not your enemy. It is the doorway to your wholeness. When the old motivations dissolve, it means the old self is dying. You are no longer performing for validation. You are no longer chasing meaning through external accomplishments. Instead, you're invited to find meaning within. This can feel disorienting, like being between worlds. The ego has lost its script, but the true self hasn't yet spoken. You are in the in-between, the psychological negredo, where everything breaks down to make space for something new to be born. And that space? That's where the soul begins to speak. Shadow work is like renovating the soul's architecture. At first, everything gets messier. Dust, debris, destruction. But beneath the chaos is the outline of something real, your truest self. This is where you meet your inner child, where you welcome home the parts of you that were silenced to survive. It's not glamorous. It's not Instagram worthy, but it is sacred. Because the deeper you go into your own pain, the more power you reclaim. You stop waiting to be rescued. You start becoming the one you were always searching for. So when the fire dims, when your passion disappears, when nothing makes sense anymore, that is not the end. That is the invitation. Spiritual wisdom is not found in always feeling high. It's found in learning how to walk through the dark with presence. You are not falling behind. You are falling inward, into yourself, into truth. And that is the most important step on the path of becoming whole. If you're ready to face your shadow and grow from within, don't hesitate to like this video. subscribe to the channel, and share your thoughts in the comments. Let's walk this path of real healing together. 8. Emergence of soul-led motivation. Eventually, the old fuel dries up. You no longer feel pushed by anxiety, fear, or the need to prove yourself. What once drove you chasing achievements, pleasing others, striving to be seen, now feels hollow. This isn't a sign that you're lazy or lost. It's the soul reclaiming the wheel. You're entering a different kind of rhythm, one that doesn't shout, but hums quietly with truth. Carl Jung called this the symbolic life, a life where actions come not from ego, but from meaning. At first, it can feel strange. Motivation doesn't disappear, it changes shape. Instead of waking up with a checklist and a sense of pressure, you begin to wake up with questions that matter. What feels aligned today? What would bring me peace, not just productivity? You start doing things not to be impressive, but to be expressive. Not to climb higher, but to live deeper. Your energy is no longer a performance. It becomes a presence. In a world obsessed with hustle, this new rhythm can feel like rebellion. Let's say you've worked a stable job for years, followed the rules, met expectations. But one day, you sit in front of your computer and feel a quiet ache. It's not exhaustion, it's disconnection. That moment isn't failure, it's a sacred turning point. The soul is whispering, there's more. And it's not out there, it's in here. That's when something begins to shift. You begin to make space for simplicity. You begin to listen to the subtle language of your heart. This new form of motivation is slower but deeper. It's not about the finish line. It's about the integrity of the step you're taking right now. You may still work hard, but the energy behind it is different. It's no longer fueled by fear of not being enough. It's led by the joy of being real. Carl Jung reminded us, who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. That awakening doesn't always bring fireworks. Sometimes it brings silence. But in that silence, there's power still, soft and steady. You begin to see that motivation isn't about force, it's about flow. The soul doesn't shout, it nudges. It moves in rhythms, not deadlines. It chooses depth over display. And when you follow it, even the smallest act becomes sacred. Writing, walking, cooking, resting, it all becomes a form of alignment. The world might not understand this shift, but you do. Because once you've tasted the truth of soul-led living, there's no going back to noise. There's only forward into the quiet fire of your becoming. 9. From performance to presence, living as the self. You no longer chase clarity, applause, or a polished sense of identity. The need to define yourself, to prove your worth through achievements or recognition, slowly dissolves. It doesn't feel like giving up. It feels like waking up. Something within you becomes still, yet profoundly alive. You start responding to life from the inside out, not reacting to every external demand. Your guidance now flows from dreams, symbols, gut feelings, and that unshakable inner peace that doesn't need to explain itself to the world. The self begins to rise, not the version of you, crafted through performance or praise, but the quiet, enduring presence that's always been underneath. You stop craving the fire that once burned to be seen or understood. Instead, a new flame is born. It's not fierce like the old one. It doesn't roar. It glows. It's steady, unbothered, and rooted in something far more eternal than ambition. That flame is your essence, and it doesn't come from striving. It comes from surrendering. As you enter this deeper phase of spiritual awakening, life feels different. Slower, perhaps. Simpler. You begin to see beauty in the pause, not just the progress. You no longer feel pulled to force things or control outcomes. The world may call it stillness. You know it as alignment. Where others see boredom, you feel clarity. Where others see disinterest, you're experiencing divine presence. You're no longer chasing signs, you've become one. You're not seeking meaning in chaos. You're radiating meaning through your calm. Carl Jung said, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart." And now you do. You don't need to perform, to entertain, or to conform. You don't need to fit in because you were never meant to blend. You were meant to become, to embody, to walk with truth even if no one notices, even if no one claps. You live not from fear of missing out, but from the fullness of being here. This is not the end of your fire. It's the birth of a new one, a quiet one, a flame that lights others not with spectacle, but with presence. You are not empty. You are spacious. You are not lost. You are free. This is the sacred aftermath of awakening, not the rush of purpose, but the grace of presence. Not the noise of the world, but the stillness of the soul, fully alive in its own truth. To affirm your commitment to living from presence, not performance, declare it boldly. Comment below. I live from my true self. To honor your inner journey and inspire others to rise from within. And if this message resonates, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share it with someone on the path. If this message resonated with you, know that you are not alone. The emptiness after awakening is not the end. It's the beginning of something deeper. Let it guide you inward, where the true purpose is quietly waiting. If you found value in this reflection, please give this video a thumbs up, share it with someone who might need it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more soul-nourishing content like this. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our next video. Your journey matters, and we're honored to walk it with you. How to manipulate your energy to create quantum events in your reality. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be changed from one form to another. Albert Einstein. Welcome back to Spiritual Wisdom, where we dive deep into the unseen forces shaping your life. Today, we're exploring how to manipulate your energy to trigger quantum events, those life-altering shifts that seem like miracles, but are actually the result of energetic mastery. This isn't just theory. It's a practice you can apply right now to align with the outcomes you truly desire. As you listen, ask yourself, what kind of energy am I radiating into the world? Drop your thoughts in the comments and let us know how you've experienced energy shaping your reality. Let's unlock the truth together and create a life designed by intention, not reaction. 1. Reality responds to your energy, not your effort. Reality isn't something outside of you. It's something shaped by the energy you radiate from within. The universe doesn't respond to how hard you work, how loudly you speak, or how much effort you pour into your goals. It responds to your internal state, your emotional vibration, your subconscious beliefs, and the frequency you carry moment by moment. You are not a passive player in life. You are the signal, and reality is the echo. Most people try to force life into submission. They hustle, manipulate circumstances, and cling to plans, believing effort alone guarantees results. But quantum reality doesn't function like a mechanical machine. It's fluid, intelligent, and responsive. You're not operating within a fixed structure. You're influencing a field of probabilities that rearranges itself based on your inner alignment. When you carry fear, doubt, or unresolved emotion, the world reflects back resistance. When you carry peace, trust, and clarity, the world becomes open, soft, and synchronized. This is the forgotten science behind manifestation. You don't attract what you say you want. You attract what your energy declares to be true. You could visualize success every morning, but if your underlying energy screams unworthiness or anxiety, reality will honor that frequency instead. Your emotional baseline is the script your life is following. Energy manipulation means rewriting that script at the source within your thoughts, your emotions, and your nervous system. Everything around you, your job, your relationships, even random encounters, is being pulled into place by the invisible magnet of your aura. You are constantly collapsing waves of possibility into form based on what you feel, believe, and expect. The moment you raise your frequency, life rearranges. Not because you begged it to, but because reality has no choice but to reflect you. This is not mysticism, it's quantum law, and you're living in it whether you realize it or not. So instead of pushing harder, tune deeper. Ask yourself, what energy am I embodying right now? Is it fear or faith? Control or surrender? Scarcity or abundance? The answers to these questions reveal what you're truly manifesting, not in the future, but in this very moment. Your life is not reacting to your dreams. It's reacting to your energetic blueprint. Shift that, and everything changes. Quantum events, those breakthroughs, synchronicities, and radical transformations don't come from force. They arrive when your energy becomes too clear, too aligned, too undeniable for the universe to resist. When you master that frequency, the game is no longer about chasing outcomes. It's about embodying your truth so deeply that reality has no option but to reflect your evolution back to you. If you're ready to stop chasing and start aligning, if you're ready to shift from effort to energy, comment below, "I align," and reality follows. Let this be your declaration that you're done forcing and finally tuning into the frequency that shapes your world. 2. Your energy field is a blueprint that reality reads. Your energy field is a blueprint that reality reads not metaphorically, but literally. Every thought you think, every emotion you feel, and every point of focus you hold becomes a signal that ripples into the quantum field. That field does not judge or filter. It simply mirrors. If you radiate peace, you meet peace. If you vibrate chaos, you encounter more of it. Reality is not a passive backdrop. It's an interactive matrix, always responding to your internal broadcast. The tools you use to shape this response aren't complicated. They are already within you: your breath, your nervous system, and your emotional tone. These elements are the control panel of your energetic frequency. Your breath is not just a biological function, it's an energetic anchor. Slow, deep breathing signals safety to your nervous system, rewiring your internal state from fear to calm, from resistance to receptivity. When your body feels safe, your aura expands, your thoughts become clear, and the signal you emit becomes coherent. Your emotional tone acts like a musical score. It colors everything. A person vibrating at gratitude will receive different feedback from the field than someone vibrating at frustration, even if both are doing the same actions on the outside. This is why two people can walk the same path and meet entirely different realities. The external doesn't create your life. Your internal state does. Take the example of someone who works tirelessly, chasing goals, endlessly strategizing, and pushing forward with sheer willpower. If the underlying emotion is anxiety or lack, the universe doesn't read the effort. It reads the energy beneath it. This explains why burnout often produces little reward. It's not the work that is being ignored. It's the signal being broadcast. On the other hand, someone who has cultivated inner balance, who breathes with presence, who thinks with intention, who feels from a place of clarity, will often find doors opening without force. This isn't magic. It's alignment. When your energy is in harmony, the quantum field aligns in return. Reality reflects coherence with coherence. Your mind may be filled with intentions, but if your body is tense, your breath shallow, and your emotions unstable, the signal becomes distorted. The field doesn't respond to mixed signals. It mirrors the dominant frequency. That's why the most important work is inner work. Not to control life, but to calibrate your presence. When your nervous system is regulated, your breath is intentional, and your emotions are aligned, you become magnetic. People feel your clarity. Circumstances shift in your favor. Synchronicities appear as if by design, because they are. The field is responding in real time to your internal blueprint. Your energy is your message to the universe, and the universe always listens. Are you ready to align your energy with the blueprint of your reality? If so, comment below. I am tuning my frequency to affirm your commitment to conscious creation. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss another step on this journey of transformation. 3. You attract what you are, not what you want. Manifestation is not about wishing harder or repeating mantras louder. It's about resonance. The universe doesn't respond to your wants. It responds to your frequency. You attract not what you hope for, but what you are. Every emotion you carry, every thought you think, every belief you quietly hold shapes the energetic signal you emit into the quantum field. And that field, in turn, mirrors your internal state with precision. Life is not reacting to your dreams. It is reacting to your vibration. This is why desire alone is never enough. Wanting more money while vibrating in scarcity simply amplifies the lack. Craving love while carrying the frequency of rejection invites partners who confirm your fears. Longing for peace while harboring anxiety only deepens the restlessness. Your energy is the message. You are a transmitter, and reality is simply decoding the signal you send. Even your silence is read, your doubts are measured, and your self-perception becomes your fate. The quantum field does not respond to effort. It responds to embodiment. What you consistently feel, believe, and expect becomes your point of attraction. You can decorate your vision board, say all the affirmations, and visualize until your eyes burn, but none of it overrides the frequency of fear, guilt, or lack buried beneath the surface. Until you shift the being, the wanting will only echo as absence. Becoming is the bridge. If you want joy, embody joy in your daily presence. If you want abundance, move like someone who trusts life to support them. If you want love, release the bitterness and become the frequency of openness and compassion. Energy doesn't lie, and the field doesn't negotiate, it reflects. The moment your internal state aligns with the outcome you seek, the separation dissolves. You're no longer reaching for the thing you are living from it. That's when reality shifts. You don't manifest by force. You manifest by becoming a match. You shift your frequency, and timelines bend. Possibilities rearrange themselves. People, chances, and breakthroughs start orbiting your field without resistance. That's not magic, that's alignment. Your aura becomes the invitation. Your breath becomes the command. Your presence becomes the prayer. Pretending doesn't work. The universe doesn't respond to performance. It responds to authenticity. You can't fake frequency. You can't manipulate the quantum with shallow effort. The work is real. You must meet yourself in the places you hide. Heal the parts of you vibrating in fear. Release the narratives that say you're not enough. Let your nervous system learn safety again. Let your heart expand again. Let your body believe in joy again. You are not attracting what you desire. You are attracting what you are. And when you finally understand that, you stop chasing and start aligning. You stop forcing and start flowing. You stop hoping and start becoming. That's the shift. That's the mastery. That's how you collapse timelines and manifest miracles, not through effort, but through energetic truth. If you're ready to align your energy with what you truly desire, not just what you say you want, then take the first step now. Like this video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and drop a comment below. I align with my highest frequency. Let's manifest from the inside out, together. 4. Emotional alignment is the key to shifting timelines. Your current reality is not random. It is a living reflection of your emotional patterns, your deepest beliefs, and the stories you've been unconsciously rehearsing since childhood. Most people live trapped in loops, repeating timelines shaped by unhealed trauma, generational conditioning, and inner chaos. But emotional alignment changes everything. The moment you bring clarity, coherence, and nervous system regulation into your body, the energetic signal you emit shifts, and so does your life. Because energy doesn't lie, and the universe doesn't respond to what you wish for. It responds to the frequency you carry most consistently. When your emotional state is dominated by fear, confusion, or resentment, no matter how many goals you set or affirmations you recite, the results will always echo that internal dissonance. Think of the quantum field as a mirror one that reflects not your desires, but your dominant emotional tone. You can't attract love while vibrating in abandonment. You can't manifest abundance while internally feeling unworthy. Reality is responsive, not reactive. It responds in real time to the energy behind your thoughts, not just the thoughts themselves. This is why emotional alignment is not about forcing yourself to feel good all the time. It's about becoming emotionally honest and energetically coherent. When you learn to regulate your emotions by breathing through discomfort instead of escaping it, by observing your triggers instead of becoming them, you begin to broadcast a new frequency. That's when the shift begins. Your external circumstances start reorganizing themselves to match the new signal. Life doesn't change because you tried harder. It changes because your energy stopped lying. Everything around you adjusts to the vibration you're anchored in. Picture your life as a radio dial. If you're tuned into grief, no amount of optimism will bring in joy unless you change the station. But when you align emotionally, when you begin to feel your worth, trust your flow, and cultivate internal peace, the station changes on its own. Suddenly, synchronicities appear. Doors open. People show up. The energy becomes effortless. This is not magic. It's physics. Vibrations align with similar vibrations, and you become a magnet for what you embody. That's the secret to timeline shifting. Not effort, not control, but coherence. As your inner world stabilizes, your outer world evolves. You stop being the effect of old programming and become the cause of new possibilities. In every moment, you are either reinforcing an outdated frequency or stepping into a new one. Emotional alignment gives you the power to choose. And when your emotional energy becomes intentional, grounded, and expansive, reality has no choice but to reorganize itself around you. If you feel this truth in your soul and you're ready to shift into a new reality, say it out loud. I align my emotions with truth, clarity, and peace. My new timeline begins now. Let this be your declaration. 5. Quantum physics confirms this: observation creates reality. Particles do not become real until they are observed. That's not a metaphor, it's quantum fact. And in your life, the same rule applies. What you pay attention to, with emotion and belief, becomes your lived experience. Your energy is the invisible hand sculpting the outcomes around you. When you expect disappointment, the world responds like a loyal servant, delivering exactly what you anticipated. But when you stand in inner authority, rooted in self-worth, the entire quantum field begins to rearrange itself to match your vibration. Your reality is not built on actions alone. It's built on emotional resonance. That's why people who hustle without healing stay stuck in loops. They're taking action from lack, fear, and unworthiness, so the timelines they collapse are drenched in resistance. But shift your internal state, realign with trust, coherence, and worthiness, and the same world that once ignored you begins to bend in your favor. The timeline changes not because the outside changed, but because you did. This is how you manipulate energy, not by forcing, scripting, or pretending, but by becoming. When your nervous system is regulated, your heart open, your thoughts clear, you send a coherent signal into the field. And the universe? It responds like a mirror, not a judge. It doesn't care what you want. It reflects what you are. You can't fool the field with affirmations if your frequency is still laced with doubt. Most people try to change their lives with vision boards, mantras, and strategy. But the quantum field doesn't speak English. It speaks of vibration. It reads your emotional baseline, what you consistently feel, not what you occasionally hope for. That's why breakthroughs happen when people finally stop chasing and start aligning. When they stop begging life to change and start embodying the version of themselves that would naturally attract that reality. A woman once shared that she had been passed over for promotions for years, not because she wasn't qualified, but because she didn't see herself as a leader. Every meeting, every pitch, her energy whispered insecurity, even if her words shouted confidence. But the day she showed up, fully owning her worth, not to prove, but to be, the entire room shifted. People listened. Opportunities flowed. That was not luck. That was quantum alignment. If you want to collapse timelines and create events that feel miraculous, you must become emotionally fluent. Your nervous system is your gateway. Your thoughts are electric. Your emotions are magnetic. When both are aligned, reality bends. But when they're scattered, when you think one thing, feel another, and do something else, the signal is weak. and a weak signal creates chaos, delay, or nothing at all. You are not waiting for the universe to deliver. The universe is waiting for you to signal. Not with your words, not with your desperation, but with the quiet certainty of someone who knows the field is listening and chooses to speak through being. If this message has sparked something deep within you, declare your alignment with truth by commenting, "I observe from wholeness. I collapse timelines into miracles." And if this resonates, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share it with someone who's ready to shift their reality too. 6. Synchronicities are feedback, not luck. Synchronicities are not mere coincidences or signs of good luck. They are feedback, real-time evidence that your energy field has shifted. Every so-called random event that lines up perfectly is actually the universe reflecting your internal frequency. You are not a passive observer in this life. You are entangled with the field of infinite potential, and your current emotional and energetic state determines which version of reality collapses around you. When your thoughts are coherent, your emotions regulated, and your inner focus aligned, life begins to echo back that harmony. A message shows up just when you need it. A door opens that you didn't know existed. People cross your path carrying answers to questions you never asked out loud. This isn't spiritual fantasy. It's quantum reality. Your life isn't happening to you. It's happening through you. The field of potential is always listening to the signal you emit, and synchronicities are how it responds. The reason this matters is because most people still believe they're reacting to a fixed world. But quantum physics tells a different story, one of probabilities, not certainties. You're constantly selecting timelines based on what you believe, how you feel, and where you place your attention. Every emotion you indulge, every thought you repeat, acts like a command to the universe, aligning you with a specific energetic version of reality. This means your energy is the cause, and your reality is the effect. When you see repetitive numbers, chance meetings, or dreams aligning with waking events, you're witnessing your own frequency being mirrored back. These moments are not signs that you're lucky. They're signs that you're aligned. And the more you tune into this alignment, the more precisely life begins to organize around you. Think of it like a radio broadcast. If you want to hear a new frequency, you don't demand the station change, you turn the dial within yourself. You shift your state, and the broadcast changes accordingly. That's why internal work is the true form of manifestation. You don't need to manipulate circumstances. You need to master your signal. Energy doesn't lie, and the field doesn't reward effort. It reflects coherence. So if you're chasing synchronicities, stop. Instead, become the kind of person those synchronicities are trying to find. Become clear. Become grounded. Become magnetic. And then watch how the quantum field bends around your being to deliver what matches your core. Your life is not a series of accidents. It's a coded response to your vibration. And once you realize that, you no longer look for signs, you become one. If you've made it this far, you're not just watching, you're awakening. Synchronicities are no accident. They're your energy speaking back to you. Comment below. I trust the signs. I know they're guiding me. 7. You were programmed to forget. Now you're awakening. From the very beginning, you were taught how to fit in, not how to wake up. Schools molded you to repeat, not to question. Culture trained you to chase validation, not inner truth. And somewhere along the way, you stopped hearing your own frequency. But your signal, the raw, magnetic blueprint of your being, never disappeared. It was buried under years of programming designed to keep you reactive, compliant, small. You were never meant to live that way. Awakening isn't a journey forward, it's a return. A sacred remembering of what was always true before the noise began. This isn't about adding more tools, rituals, or techniques to your spiritual toolbox. It's about peeling back everything that isn't you. It's about stripping away the illusions, those false narratives that whisper you're not enough, not ready, not powerful. Real mastery is not about achieving. It's about being. It's standing grounded in your embodied truth, even when your outer world is in chaos. And the moment you reclaim that alignment, you stop living reactively and start creating energetically. You were never meant to chase reality. You were designed to shape it. When you live from your natural frequency, not the one distorted by fear or approval seeking, you emit a coherent signal into the quantum field. That signal doesn't beg, doesn't force. It attracts. It rearranges probabilities. It calls forward events, encounters, and timelines that vibrate in harmony with who you truly are. These aren't coincidences. They are quantum events, ripples in the fabric of reality caused by a conscious, aligned presence. Imagine this clearly. Most people walk through life as if they're watching a fixed movie on a screen, reacting to every scene. But the awakened ones realize they are not the viewer, they are the projector. Reality is fluid, responsive, impressionable, and your energy is the brush painting it in real time. When your thoughts, emotions, and breath align in clarity, you begin broadcasting a frequency so strong the universe must echo it back. Not because it owes you anything, but because that's how energy works. Like attracts like. The signal shapes the outcome. That's why trying to control life from the outside never works. You can rearrange furniture, jobs, even relationships, but if your inner state is chaotic, the same patterns will follow. The only real shift happens when you reclaim your energy field, when you become the calm in the storm, when you regulate your nervous system, clarify your intent, and stop outsourcing your power to the external world. In that stillness, everything begins to bend. The field listens. You are not broken. You are not late. You are not too far gone. You are simply waking up from a long sleep, shaking off the dust of forgetting. The voice inside you that keeps whispering, "There's more," is not a fantasy. It's your signal trying to break through. Listen. Trust it. Follow it. Because this is not the beginning of your becoming. This is the return to who you've always been. If this message stirred something deep within you, it's because you're remembering. To honor your awakening, comment below, "I am remembering who I am." Let that be your declaration and a light for others on this path. And remember, your energy is not just something you have, it's something you are. When you learn to align it with intention, clarity, and purpose, you don't just react to life, you reshape it. If this message resonated with you, please take a moment to like this video, share it with someone on their spiritual journey, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more powerful insights. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos on energy mastery, spiritual awakening, and quantum transformation. Until next time, stay aligned, stay empowered. universe isolated you for a reason. Don't despair. Loneliness does not come from having no people around you, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to you. Carl Jung. Have you ever felt like the world has quietly stepped back, leaving you in a space of deep solitude? In today's episode on spiritual wisdom, we dive into why the universe may have isolated you, not as punishment, but as preparation for something greater. Carl Jung believed that moments of isolation are often sacred invitations to meet your true self. So, if you're walking this path alone right now, know that it has a purpose. Comment below, "I embrace the silence," if you're ready to discover the hidden wisdom within your solitude. Let's grow through what we go through together. 1. Solitude is not a punishment. It's a sacred invitation. There's a particular ache that comes with being alone. Not a physical pain, but something deeper, more existential. It feels like life has paused you while the rest of the world continues. And in that pause, a silent question arises. Why me? But what if solitude isn't life punishing you, but rather preparing you? According to Carl Jung, isolation isn't something to fear, it's something to revere. It is not abandonment by the universe, but an initiation into deeper consciousness, a sacred turning point meant to awaken the truest parts of your soul. When the universe isolates you, it's often because something inside of you is beginning to shift. The old ways no longer fit. The noise of your surroundings, the roles you used to play, and even the people you once leaned on all begin to dissolve. And in their place, silence, stillness, emptiness. This isn't a mistake. It's an act of spiritual precision. The soul cannot grow in chaos. So the universe strips everything away until only the essence remains. It removes distractions so you can finally hear the voice within. It closes the doors so you are forced to turn inward, not out of cruelty, but because your next chapter requires a version of you that cannot be built in comfort. This sacred solitude reveals the truth. You are not what the world says you are. You are not defined by your job, your relationships, or your past. In this space of detachment, the illusion of identity begins to crumble. The masks fall, the personas fade, and beneath it all, you meet yourself. Truly, deeply, honestly. That meeting is raw. It's uncomfortable. It's vulnerable. But it's necessary. Because only in this space can real transformation occur. Carl Jung believed that healing comes not from running away from pain, but from facing it directly. That's why the universe doesn't whisper, it isolates. In this isolation, spiritual wisdom teaches that we begin to unlearn. We unlearn the habits of pleasing others. We unlearn the need for constant validation. We unlearn the addiction to being seen, liked, praised. And in that unlearning, something beautiful begins to emerge. Authenticity. When no one is watching, you begin to remember who you were before the world told you who to be. You rediscover your quiet passions, your childlike curiosity, your inner peace. This is the true alchemy of solitude. It doesn't just strip away what is false, it strengthens what is real. But the process isn't easy. It's tempting to resist, to reach back for the noise, the familiarity, the comfort. Yet spiritual wisdom reminds us that growth and discomfort walk hand in hand. You cannot expand and stay the same. You cannot awaken and remain asleep to your truth. So the universe allows the loneliness, the silence, the disconnection not to break you, but to build you. You are not being left behind. You are being set apart. Sometimes, the people around you can't walk where you're going. They can't understand your inner shifts. They may even fall away. And that's okay. Isolation isn't always about physical aloneness. It's about energetic separation. Your frequency is changing, and what no longer resonates will naturally fall away. This is not rejection. It's a redirect. The universe is creating space for alignment, for deeper love, for higher purpose, for soul truth. In the eyes of the world, it may look like you're falling apart, but spiritually, you are being reborn. In the eyes of others, you may seem distant, but internally, you're being drawn closer to yourself. This is the hidden grace of solitude. It's not a void. It's a womb, a place of creation, a quiet, sacred chamber where your soul can rest, reflect, and rise. If you're in that space now, between who you were and who you're becoming, hold on. Trust the silence. Honor the stillness. And know that the universe didn't forget you. It chose you. It set you apart so you could become everything you were meant to be, without the noise, the pressure, or the illusion. You are not being punished. You are being prepared for something greater, something truer, something deeply and irrevocably aligned with who you really are. Comment below. I honor this season of solitude. Let this be your affirmation and your beginning. 2. True transformation happens in silence and discomfort. We often assume that growth must feel good. That spiritual evolution should come wrapped in peace, clarity, and joy. But the truth is, transformation is rarely gentle. It doesn't happen in a room full of people or in the warmth of constant affirmation. It begins in the shadows, where distractions fade, masks fall off, and you're left face to face with your raw, unfiltered self. It's in this sacred solitude that something ancient inside of you begins to awaken. The soul doesn't evolve through noise, it deepens in silence. And that silence, while painful, is also holy. Buddha found enlightenment beneath a tree, sitting alone for days in stillness. Jesus withdrew into the desert, away from the world, to hear the voice of God. These weren't passive retreats. They were sacred passages, rituals of isolation through which truth could rise uncontaminated by the world's illusions. Carl Jung understood this too. He taught that individuation, the process of becoming who you truly are, requires separation. A breaking away from external influence so that your inner voice, the authentic self, buried beneath conditioning, can finally speak. When life isolates you, it's not cruelty, it's initiation. The universe is peeling away the layers that no longer belong to you. In the stillness, you may feel forgotten. You may feel abandoned. But in reality, you're being pulled inward into a space where your deepest truths can surface. Solitude becomes a mirror reflecting back everything you've tried to avoid. Old wounds, false identities, suppressed desires. This is why it hurts. Not because you're alone, but because you're finally seeing yourself clearly. There's a man named Alex who experienced this firsthand. He lost his job, his partner, and his sense of purpose all in the same season. At first, he panicked. The silence was unbearable. He tried to distract himself by scrolling through social media, binge-watching shows, filling every moment with noise. But the void only grew louder. Eventually, something shifted. He started walking without his phone. He wrote letters to himself. He stopped seeking answers and simply listened. And in that stillness, he heard a whisper, soft but steady. It told him he was not lost. He was becoming. Carl Jung believed that the psyche has its own intelligence, and it draws us into solitude not to punish us, but to prepare us. The ego hates silence because it can't hide there. It thrives on identity, on roles, on recognition. But the soul is nourished by truth, and truth only blooms in quiet soil. That's why the universe isolates you. It's not exile, it's excavation. You are being stripped down so you can rise up, not as a version of who you think you should be, but as the person you were always meant to become. So if you're in the middle of a season where everything feels like it's falling apart, take a breath. The falling apart is sacred. It's not the end of your story, it's the unraveling of the false self. What remains after the unraveling is real, it's pure, it's you. Solitude, when seen through the lens of spiritual wisdom, is not loneliness, it's clarity, it's initiation, it's the womb of reinvention. Carl Jung reminded us, who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes. And perhaps this is your awakening, not in the way you expected, not with light and celebration, but with silence and surrender. You are not being hidden. You are being held. You are not being punished. You are being prepared. Are you embracing the silence where true transformation begins? If you're ready to grow through stillness and discomfort, comment below. I will meditate and commit to your sacred journey inward. 3. Individuation, discovering the authentic self. Jung taught that the path to individuation, the discovery of your authentic self, rarely happens in community or comfort. It unfolds in solitude, where distractions dissolve and the truth begins to rise to the surface. When the world falls silent and you're left with nothing but your thoughts and emotions, you begin to confront the roles you've played, the expectations you've absorbed, and the false identities you've worn to survive. This peeling away is not destruction, it is revelation. And while it may feel like you are unraveling, what's actually happening is that you are finally being shown what no longer belongs to you. Solitude, though painful at first, is not punishment. It is preparation. It's the sacred ground where spiritual awakening takes root, not in noise, not in chaos, but in stillness. You begin to feel the dissonance between your inner truth and the outer life you've built. What once felt normal suddenly feels unbearable. Shallow conversations drain you. Old goals lose their meaning. And without warning, you find yourself withdrawing, not because you're giving up, but because you're waking up. The soul needs silence to speak. And now, in this silence, it's finally being heard. The discomfort you feel is the friction between the self you've been taught to be and the self you were born to become. Most people never meet their true self because they never dare to leave the version of themselves the world handed them. But Jung believed that this confrontation was not optional, it was essential. As he said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And that privilege demands courage, because facing yourself means facing the parts you've buried, avoided, or feared. Yet it is only by looking inward that you can begin to heal. This process isn't clean or linear. It doesn't look like instant clarity or overnight peace. Sometimes it looks like grief for the person you no longer want to be. Sometimes it feels like losing everything you once thought mattered. But within that loss is something sacred, the space to rebuild not from fear, but from truth. The universe doesn't isolate you to break you. It isolates you to break the illusions. It separates you so that you stop identifying with what's not real. That job, that relationship, That environment, they may have served a chapter of your life, but they are not your identity. In isolation, you begin to remember. And this remembering is the gateway to transformation. Suddenly, your intuition grows louder. Your dreams become clearer. Your boundaries sharpen. You begin to choose differently, not to please others, but to protect your peace. You're no longer interested in proving your worth, because you've tasted what it means to simply be. This is the shift Jung pointed to. Individuation isn't about becoming someone new. It's about returning to who you were before the world told you who to be. You're not alone in this. Every spiritual teacher who's ever awakened has walked through this dark night of the soul. Jesus fasted in the desert. The Buddha faced his shadows beneath the Bodhi tree. Their awakenings came not during applause, but in isolation. You too have been called into this sacred space, not as a punishment, but as an invitation. The invitation to strip away what is false, to reclaim what is real, to begin again aligned, awake, and whole. Leave a like and subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss more powerful insights on your journey of self-discovery. Comment below, "I am ready to become my true self," if you're committed to embracing your authentic path. 4. Shadow work emerges during isolation. In the stillness of isolation, something sacred begins to unfold. The distractions of the outer world fade, and what rises to the surface are not random emotions, but unhealed parts of yourself quietly asking for attention. Fear, sadness, shame, anger. These aren't signs that something is wrong with you. According to Carl Jung, they are the shadow, repressed aspects of your psyche that, when ignored, distort your perception and drain your energy. But when faced with courage, they become the doorway to healing, integration, and true personal power. Spiritual wisdom teaches that solitude is not a punishment, but a mirror. In the absence of noise, you are left with only your thoughts, and in that silence, the truth begins to speak. You start to notice patterns, the way you react to pain, the stories you tell yourself, the wounds you've covered with smiles or silence. These realizations can be painful, even disorienting, but they are necessary, because healing begins not with pretending everything is okay, but with seeing clearly what is not. And it is in isolation that this clarity is born. This is shadow work in its rawest form, not a ritual, not a technique, but a deep confrontation with what you've suppressed. You may feel broken at first, but in truth, you are being broken open. What hurts is not the shadow itself, but the resistance to feeling what has long been buried. When you stop running from these emotions and allow yourself to feel them fully, they begin to shift. What was once fear becomes wisdom. What was once anger becomes a boundary. What was once sadness becomes compassion. This is the alchemy of spiritual growth, turning pain into power through presence. Jung believed that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will control your life, and you will call it fate. Isolation forces that confrontation. It strips away the illusions you've clung to and invites you to meet your authentic self, not the version shaped by societal expectations, but the soul that existed before the world told you who to be. And in meeting that self, you begin to remember your purpose. You begin to walk differently, speak differently, and move through life with a quiet, grounded confidence that comes from inner alignment. Many of the world's greatest spiritual leaders walked through deep solitude before stepping into their light. They face their shadows not to become perfect, but to become whole. And this, too, is your invitation. What you're feeling now is not weakness. It's the beginning of wisdom. The universe isn't punishing you. It's preparing you. What feels like a breakdown is actually a sacred breakthrough. The silence you sit in now may be the most honest conversation your soul has ever had. And through it, you are not being diminished. You are being rebuilt. If this message has awakened something deep within you, leave a comment of courage. I embrace my shadow to become whole. And if this journey speaks to your soul, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss another moment of spiritual wisdom and healing. 5. The purpose of solitude is inner rebuilding, not rejection. Solitude often feels like a door closing. The silence becomes thick, and the absence of people can stir feelings of rejection. But solitude is not life turning away from you. It's life turning you toward yourself. Carl Jung once said, "Loneliness does not come from having no people around you, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to you." This reveals a profound truth. You are not being abandoned. You are being invited inward. When the world grows quiet around you, it is because your soul is being asked to speak louder. In our fast-paced lives, filled with noise and distraction, solitude can seem unnatural, even threatening. But it is precisely in that space, stripped of external validation, that your real transformation begins. Life removes the noise not to punish you, but to prepare you. It knows that clarity is born in quiet, that true strength is forged in stillness. You are not being erased, you are being reassembled. Carl Jung believed that individuation, the process of discovering your true self, requires distance from societal expectations. It's a sacred unraveling, where old identities fall away so your essence can emerge. Solitude is the container for this process. It is where your unhealed emotions rise to the surface, not to torment you, but to be seen, felt, and finally released. What feels like loneliness is often the birthplace of wholeness. Think about the moments in your life when everything paused, the heartbreaks, the job losses, the quiet nights when no one called. Weren't those also the moments when something deep inside began to stir? When you were forced to sit with your truth, and in doing so, discovered strength you didn't know you had. That wasn't just a coincidence. That was life carving you into someone deeper, more aligned with your soul. Take the story of a woman who lost her job after 10 years of non-stop hustle. For months, she sat in silence, wrestling with feelings of failure. But that space gave birth to something unexpected, her long-forgotten passion for helping others. She started sharing her healing journey online, eventually creating a platform that now supports thousands. Her greatest breakdown became her breakthrough, and it started in the quiet. When the universe isolates you, it's not exiling you, it's initiating you. You are being called back to yourself. Solitude is not a void, it's a mirror. It reflects everything you've avoided, but also everything you're becoming. What's being taken away is only making room for what your soul truly needs. And what's uncomfortable now is shaping who you're destined to be. In these moments, you learn to choose healing over distraction, alignment over approval, and clarity over chaos. You stop asking for permission to be who you are. You stop reaching for the noise. You start listening. You start becoming. Carl Jung understood this sacred process. He knew that when the shadow rises, it isn't there to shame you. It's there to reveal what's unhealed, to show you the parts of yourself that are still waiting to be integrated. Solitude brings those parts into the light not to break you, but to make you whole. So when everything around you grows quiet, don't run. Don't rush to fill the space. Because this silence is not the end of your story. It's the space where the next chapter begins. Have you ever embraced solitude as a time for inner rebuilding? If yes, share how it transformed you in the comments. Your story might inspire someone else. If not, comment, "I'm ready to grow," so we can walk this path of healing and strength together. 6. After solitude comes integration. After solitude, you don't just return to life, you return transformed. The silence you sat in wasn't empty. It was sacred. It rewired your soul. It peeled away the noise of the world so that you could finally hear your own truth. And now, that truth must be lived. You're not the same. And because of that, life cannot look the same either. Your relationships begin to shift. What once felt familiar now feels hollow. Surface-level connections, small talk, the roles you used to play, they no longer hold you. You crave something more: presence, depth, vulnerability. Some people will drift away because they only knew how to love the version of you that was still asleep. But don't chase what's fading. You're being aligned with what's real. A spiritual awakening alters the frequency of your being, and those who can no longer feel your energy are not meant to follow you forward. Priorities rearrange themselves without force. You stop performing, stop proving, stop pleasing. What once seemed urgent now feels irrelevant. You begin choosing alignment over achievement, rest over rush, peace over performance. Your attention sharpens. You start to protect your time, your space, your energy, because now you understand how sacred they truly are. This phase is not about learning more. It's about embodying what you already know. You walk differently, speak more consciously, listen more deeply. Everything about you softens and strengthens at the same time. The way you respond, the way you forgive, the way you honor your own boundaries, it all reflects the transformation that solitude gave birth to. This is not ego. This is rootedness. And rooted people move with grace that doesn't need to announce itself. But integration is not always peaceful. It's lonely. It's confusing. You may find yourself in rooms that once felt like home, now feeling like a stranger. People may question you, misunderstand you, even mock your shift. Let them. You are not shrinking anymore to be accepted by those who refuse to grow. Your discomfort is not a sign of failure. It is the evidence of growth. You're being stretched, not broken. Life is testing your alignment, asking, will you live what you've learned or retreat into who you were? Solitude wasn't exile, it was initiation. And now, this is the rite of passage. This is where your awakening takes form. Not in what you say, but in how you live. Not in how much you know, but in how deeply you've changed. Integration is the quiet daily decision to keep choosing your truth, even when it costs you comfort. You are not going back. You are not meant to. The path ahead is unfamiliar because it was carved for the version of you that's only now beginning to emerge. This is your rebirth, subtle, sacred, and entirely your own. If you felt your soul shifting through solitude and now sense a new version of yourself emerging, type, "I am ready to live my truth," in the comments. Let this be your declaration of integration, alignment, and authenticity. 7. Solitude leads to inner power and service. Solitude is not a punishment. It's a sacred rite of passage, a divine pause where the universe calls you inward, away from the noise, so you can rediscover your own voice. Most people fear being alone because they mistake it for rejection. But spiritual wisdom teaches us that the most powerful transformations do not occur in the presence of others. They unfold in the silence of solitude. It is in this quiet, often uncomfortable space that you begin to remember who you truly are beneath all the masks, labels, and expectations. Those who surrender to solitude do not come out the same. They emerge with a grounded peace that doesn't rely on the opinions of others. They no longer seek validation in likes, attention, or approval because they've tapped into something far deeper than their own soul. Carl Jung called this process of individuation the journey of becoming whole. And for this journey to begin, something must be stripped away. Distraction, noise, superficial connection. What remains is the raw self. Vulnerable, yes, but also powerful beyond measure. In this sacred silence, you meet your fears and your longings. You confront your wounds. You see the parts of yourself you once avoided. And yet, the deeper you go, the more you find that none of these shadows define you. Instead, they become gateways to your inner strength. You begin to realize that peace doesn't come from what surrounds you. It flows from what anchors you. And nothing anchors a soul more deeply than solitude embraced with trust. And something beautiful happens along the way. Your presence begins to carry weight, not the kind that seeks attention, but the kind that commands stillness. People feel safer around you. They sense the clarity in your words, the depth in your gaze, the calm in your energy. Without even trying, you become a vessel of healing, because the energy that once shattered you has now been alchemized into wisdom. The silence that once haunted you has become your sanctuary, and the isolation that once felt like exile has become the birthplace of your purpose. True power is quiet. It doesn't need a stage. It simply is. Those who have walked through the valley of loneliness with open hearts carry this power naturally. They don't impose, they inspire. They don't instruct, they embody. Through their stillness, they hold space for others to soften, to reflect, to feel. This is the sacred service born from solitude, not by force, but by authenticity. And this is what spiritual wisdom looks like in its most radiant form. When you are isolated by the universe, it is not to break you, it is to awaken you. You're not being hidden, you're being refined. The solitude is sculpting you into someone the world needs, but isn't quite ready for. And when you return, you'll return not as who you were, but as who you were always meant to be. Not louder, not more decorated, but more true, more whole, more you. To affirm your inner strength and purpose, declare your alignment with this path. Comment below. I rise through solitude to honor your journey and inspire others to discover the quiet power within themselves. So if you've been feeling isolated, remember this isn't punishment, it's preparation. The universe may be pulling you away from the noise so you can finally hear your soul. In solitude, the truth begins to rise, and your transformation takes root. If this message touched your heart, let it guide your next steps. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And be sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss the powerful insights we have coming your way. You're not alone. you're being aligned. Keep walking your path with courage. Signs that your shadow no longer dominates your energy. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Every step you take toward awareness is a step away from the shadow that once ruled your energy. In today's video, we're diving into the powerful signs that your shadow no longer dominates your energy, a clear mark of spiritual growth, self-mastery, and emotional freedom. These shifts aren't just abstract ideas. They are practical transformations you can recognize and apply daily to create a more peaceful, authentic life. As you listen, ask yourself, which signs are already unfolding in your journey? Comment below with your thoughts or share which shadow pattern you've overcome. And if this resonates, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, where transformation begins from within. 1. True transformation is quiet and internal. True transformation doesn't come with fanfare or external validation. It doesn't demand attention or parade itself as a grand rebirth. Instead, it unfolds in silence in the quiet shift within, where the need to become someone new dissolves, and you begin to remember who you truly are beneath all the masks. It's not about adding more layers to your identity, but shedding the ones that were never yours to carry. The lighter you feel, the closer you are to truth, not because you've gained anything, but because you finally let go. When your shadow no longer dominates your energy, you don't react from old wounds. You respond from self-awareness. The triggers that used to hijack your emotions no longer hold power. You begin to notice the space between what happens and how you respond. And in that space is your freedom. This is the language of healing. Your higher self steps forward not through loud declarations, but through the calm that replaces emotional chaos. The silence becomes your strength, and inner peace becomes your default. You no longer chase approval like oxygen. The hunger for validation fades because you no longer question your worth. You're not addicted to being seen. You're anchored in being real. Compliments are welcomed, but not necessary. Criticism no longer derails your self-esteem. You've stopped outsourcing your identity and started living from your own spiritual center. There is no longer a void to fill, only presence to embody. Judgment melts into compassion. You see through people instead of reacting to them. You no longer take everything personally because your pain no longer seeks reflection in others. You understand that projection is a mirror, and what once triggered you now teaches you. You see the scared child behind the bully, the broken heart beneath the anger, the insecurity wrapped in pride. And instead of reacting, you soften. This is the quiet power of an awakened soul. The fear of your own darkness fades. You no longer run from discomfort because you no longer fear being imperfect. You can sit with your jealousy, your shame, your sadness, knowing these emotions do not define you. You hold space for them without becoming them. You understand that the shadow isn't something to eliminate, but to integrate, to bring back home. And in doing so, you reclaim the fragmented pieces of your wholeness. You stop performing. You stop pretending. You stop chasing light because you realize you've been it all along. Life feels lighter, not because everything is perfect, but because you're no longer carrying the weight of who you thought you had to be. This is not about spiritual bypassing. It's about spiritual embodiment. The energy you carry becomes still and clean, like a calm lake. You're not pushing. You're not grasping. You're allowing. And that's how you know. The shadow no longer controls the room. It sits beside you, no longer screaming, no longer hiding. It's no longer your master. It has become your teacher. And in that sacred reconciliation, your true transformation begins. Are you ready to embrace the quiet power of true transformation? If this message speaks to your soul, comment below. I return to my true self to affirm your journey inward. 2. You detach from your past and no longer identify with your story. You no longer carry the weight of your past as your identity. The stories that once shaped your pain no longer define who you are. You can look back without flinching, without needing to justify your choices or explain your wounds. Your history becomes a silent witness to your growth, not a chain around your neck. There is no urgency to be understood by others because you finally understand yourself. That's when you know your shadow no longer holds the pen. You feel your emotions, but they no longer consume you. Sadness no longer sinks you. Anger doesn't erupt without reason. You can sit with discomfort and breathe through it. You become the observer, not the victim, not the reactor. A triggering situation that once spiraled into chaos now meets a quiet strength in you. You take a pause, you stay present, and you respond with wisdom rather than from your wounds. That subtle shift, that's real power reclaiming itself. You stop needing validation. You don't need applause for your peace or approval for your path. The old craving for recognition fades. You don't need to post your growth, argue your decisions, or prove your progress. You simply live it. You become grounded in who you are, even when no one's watching. That silent confidence speaks louder than any defense. You are no longer proving your worth. You are embodying it. You also stop reenacting your pain through other people. You no longer make others pay for what someone else did to you. You catch yourself before your inner child reacts, and instead of lashing out, you meet yourself with compassion. You don't deny the wound, but you don't let it lead. And when something hurts, you ask what it's teaching you, not who to blame. That's when healing becomes a habit, not a performance. Power is redefined. It's not how loudly you speak, how many follow you, or how hard you fight. It's how still you can stay in the face of noise. It's how little you now need to win an argument to feel whole. It's how freely you can walk away without feeling abandoned. True power is presence. It's sovereignty over your energy, and that is the deepest sign that your shadow no longer dominates you. This transformation isn't loud. There's no grand announcement. It happens quietly in the pauses you take, in the emotions you hold without acting on, in the peace that no longer needs to be proven. When you no longer chase validation, no longer cling to old identities, and no longer let pain make your choices, that's when you know your shadow has been seen, heard, and finally integrated. You are no longer at war within. You are home. If you're ready to release the weight of your past and stand fully in your worth, comment below. I am free from my story. Let this be your declaration of inner liberation. 3. Emotional independence becomes your new strength. Emotional independence becomes your quiet power, the kind that doesn't need to prove itself. When your shadow no longer dominates your energy, you stop reacting from wounds that once dictated your choices. You no longer seek love safety, or identity from anyone outside of yourself. The people in your life stop being lifelines or saviors, and instead become companions, equal, grounded, and real. You give not because you're afraid to lose, but because you have something genuine to offer. You don't give to get. You give from overflow, not emptiness. Relationships that once drained you begin to fall away, not with bitterness, but with quiet acceptance. There's no need to chase, explain, or defend. You finally understand that not everything broken needs fixing, and not every bond is meant to be mended. You release with love because you're no longer attached through fear. You no longer need to be needed, and you don't confuse attachment for intimacy. What stays in your life now aligns with your peace, not your patterns. The emotional chaos that once felt like love now feels like noise. You stop mistaking anxiety for excitement, silence for rejection, or inconsistency for passion. Instead, you recognize calm as clarity. You don't crave the highs and lows anymore. You seek something steady, something sacred. You're no longer attracted to dysfunction because you've healed the parts of you that once called it home. Your inner world no longer mirrors survival. It mirrors self-respect. You begin to trust yourself deeply. The opinions that used to shake your sense of worth no longer have weight. You're not looking for validation in a room. You bring your own sense of value wherever you go. You're not shrinking to fit, and you're not inflating to impress. You just are, grounded, whole, steady. You understand now that letting go isn't loss, it's liberation. You don't need closure from others because you've learned to give it to yourself. You don't need someone to apologize in order to forgive. Forgiveness becomes something you do for your own soul's freedom, not as a favor to the past. You move on, not to forget, but to remember who you are when you're not carrying what wasn't yours to begin with. This shift is not loud. It's not dramatic. It's not performative. It's subtle, internal, and irreversible. It's the kind of transformation that doesn't seek to be seen, but is felt in everything you do. Your energy softens. Your boundaries strengthen. Your presence becomes both gentle and powerful. You no longer need to convince anyone of your worth because you live it effortlessly. And that's how you know the shadow no longer runs your life. You're not just surviving anymore. You're creating. You're choosing. You're aligned. Declare your emotional freedom by commenting below, "I am whole within." Let this truth settle in your heart and guide your relationships from this moment on. And if this message resonates with you, share it with someone who's ready to rise into their own strength, because healing is contagious when shared. 4. You align your energy with truth and authenticity. You align your energy with truth and authenticity. You no longer act from a place of fear, anxiety, or urgency. Instead, your actions are rooted in inner clarity. You are no longer rushing to fix things, chasing outcomes, or trying to control how others perceive you. There is a stillness to your choices now, a deliberate calmness that comes from within. This shift is not loud, but it is powerful. When your energy is no longer shaped by fear or wounds, your entire vibration begins to change. You act from presence, not pressure, from self-respect, not desperation. The decisions you make are no longer about seeking safety in others, but about honoring your alignment. You stop trying to prove yourself. You no longer over-explain, overshare, or overcommit. You begin to conserve your energy for what truly matters, and that shift becomes magnetic. People may not understand it, but they feel it. Some will draw closer, others will fall away. You don't force either. You've outgrown the need to hold on to what doesn't resonate. As you align with your authentic frequency, the world begins to mirror that clarity back to you. You attract new relationships, not because you're searching, but because you're whole. You connect from a place of truth, not need. You give love from overflow, not from emptiness. And you release gently, without bitterness, when something no longer serves your peace. You realize that letting go is not loss, it's alignment. You no longer vibrate with chaos or confusion. Instead, your energy filters out anything misaligned. You stop participating in cycles that drain you. You stop tolerating dynamics that diminish your light. You become more discerning, not as a defense mechanism, but as an act of self-love. You choose your peace over your past. Your intuition becomes stronger. Your emotions become teachers, not enemies. You allow them to pass through without letting them take over. You feel without falling. You witness your reactions without becoming them. This is the energy of someone who has integrated their shadow. You're no longer ruled by the unconscious parts of you that once demanded attention, validation, or revenge. You no longer need to be seen to feel worthy. You no longer need to be understood to feel safe. You simply are. And that presence speaks louder than any performance ever could. Your authenticity becomes your protection. Your peace becomes your power. When your energy aligns with truth, life begins to meet you in unexpected ways. The right people arrive. The wrong ones fade. The noise quiets. The path clears. And what remains is you present, whole, and no longer trying to become, because you remember that you already are. If you're ready to align with your truth and let your energy flow from authenticity, not fear, go ahead and like this video, subscribe for more spiritual insights, and comment below. I choose presence over pressure. Let's rise in frequency together. 5. You stop chasing, proving, or controlling. You no longer chase, prove, or control because you no longer feel the need to. The urgency to convince others, to meet expectations, or to achieve just for validation dissolves. What replaces it is something far more powerful: softness, trust, and stillness. You are no longer moving from lack, fear, or past wounds. You are flowing from alignment. This shift is not about becoming passive. It's about becoming wise. You no longer seek to control people or outcomes. You understand that clarity comes not from force, but from presence. You trust life, not because it always makes sense, but because you've made peace with not needing to control every detail. You stop performing roles that drain you. You no longer shapeshift to gain approval. Instead, you allow yourself to just be. There's nothing left to prove because your energy no longer revolves around winning love or earning worth. You speak less to defend yourself and more to express truth. You show up not to please, but to connect. You walk away from spaces that require you to shrink. You choose relationships that match your healing, not your history. You rest, not because you're lazy, but because you finally know you're enough. And in this new space of being, life responds to you differently. You attract opportunities and people that resonate with your healed frequency. Your peace becomes magnetic. Your silence speaks. You're no longer pulled into chaos because you no longer carry chaos. You let go without resentment. You stay without attachment. Your presence becomes your protection. The maturity that is unfolded within you cannot be faked. It is earned through depth, reflection, and inner work. You've confronted your shadow, and instead of running from it, you've invited it to the table. You've made peace with your past and no longer let it narrate your future. The voice that once screamed, "You're not enough," has grown quiet, replaced by a knowing that you are held, you are guided, and you are whole. You don't need to announce this change. It reveals itself in how you walk into a room, how you handle silence, how you no longer over-explain. You've stopped fighting for space because you've become the space. You've stopped needing to be seen because you see yourself. You've stopped needing to be loved because you are love in motion. This is what happens when the shadow no longer dominates your energy. Your life no longer runs on urgency, fear, or ego. It flows with intention, truth, and grace. You have nothing to hide, nothing to prove, nothing to force. Just clarity, just presence, just peace. If this message resonated with your spirit, comment below. I choose trust over control. I flow with grace and clarity. Let this be your gentle declaration of inner maturity, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more soul-deep wisdom. 6. You embrace your shadow and integrate your darkness. You no longer hide from the parts of yourself that once made you uncomfortable. Instead, you lean in. You sit with your fears, your guilt, your anger, not to indulge them, but to understand them. You know now that ignoring your darkness only gives it more power. Real growth begins the moment you stop pretending and start observing. That's when the shadow begins to dissolve, not because it disappears, but because it becomes integrated. No longer your enemy, it becomes your teacher. As Carl Jung once said, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. You've made peace with your inner storms. The part of you that used to react with rage or collapse with shame now pauses, reflects, chooses. You don't deny your pain anymore, you decode it. Every trigger becomes a map to an old wound. Every emotion becomes a compass pointing toward healing. Instead of avoiding discomfort, you explore it. And in that exploration, you find resilience. Your energy begins to shift. People notice. They may not understand why, but they feel the difference. You speak with calm, not urgency. You no longer need validation to feel worthy. Your presence becomes still, like a deep river, quiet, but powerful. Relationships change. The need to prove, to control, to manipulate gone. Now, you connect from a place of balance, not brokenness. You no longer expect others to carry your emotional weight. You carry your own with grace. The conversations you have with yourself become more honest. You stop gaslighting your own intuition. You trust your inner knowing more than the noise of the world. And when conflict arises, you no longer feel the need to win. You want to understand. That shift alone is proof that the shadow no longer owns your reactions. You're not trying to look strong anymore. You are strong because you've embraced what once weakened you. You begin to forgive, not because others deserve it, but because you do. Holding on to resentment costs too much energy, and you've learned to guard your peace like it's sacred because it is. You walk away without bitterness. You say no without guilt. You choose solitude without fear. This is not indifference. This is sovereignty. You are no longer afraid to sit alone with yourself because you've made that space safe and sacred. The transformation is subtle. It doesn't shout. It whispers in how you breathe through discomfort. how you stay grounded during chaos, how you no longer chase what doesn't align. You realize healing is not a straight path, but a spiral. Sometimes the same lesson returns, but now you greet it with new awareness. You don't collapse into old patterns. You rise gently because you've built inner strength where there was once only reaction. This is what it means to reclaim your energy from the shadow. It's not about erasing the dark. It's about shining so much light within that the darkness has nowhere to hide. To affirm your commitment to inner wholeness, declare it now. Comment below, "I embrace my shadow," to honor your journey of integration and inspire others to face their truth with courage. 7. You live from your center and become a source of quiet healing. You begin living from your center, a calm, grounded space within that no longer needs to chase, prove, or perform. Something subtle shifts in the way you move through the world. You no longer wear masks or armor. You are simply you, unfiltered, unapologetic, and whole. Your presence stops being noise and starts becoming nourishment. There's no more striving to be seen or heard because the energy you now carry speaks before you ever say a word. You radiate clarity, peace, and depth, and that becomes your quiet medicine for the world around you. Your soul has matured. You're not trying to change others. You've changed your own frequency, and that changes everything. You don't lead by force anymore. You lead by example, through how you breathe, how you listen, how you exist. Carl Jung once said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." And you've done that work. You've sat with your shadow, faced the hidden parts of yourself, and integrated them not to fix what was broken, but to reclaim what was buried. That integration allows you to stop reacting from pain and begin responding from presence. You stop leaking energy. You stop bleeding past wounds into present relationships. You no longer feel the need to prove your worth or argue your truth. You're not driven by fear or scarcity. You're guided by stillness and truth. There's a quiet strength in you now, one that doesn't push, but pulls. One that doesn't chase, but attracts. That's the power of alignment. When your energy is clean and whole, you don't need to manifest through force. You manifest through resonance. The law of attraction responds not to your words, but to the vibration behind them. When you are whole inside, your outer world begins to match. This is spiritual awakening in its most grounded form. It's not loud. It doesn't need validation. It's a soft, steady remembrance of who you've always been beneath the noise. You walk into a room, and without needing attention, you shift the atmosphere. You don't need to defend yourself or justify your peace. You simply live in it. And in doing so, you invite others to return to themselves. The energy you carry gives people permission to exhale, to drop their masks, to feel safe. Healing, then, becomes less about effort and more about embodiment. It's not something you try to do, it's something you've become. Your relationships evolve. You set boundaries without bitterness. You let go without drama. You love without losing yourself. You've stopped performing because there's nothing left to prove. The shadow no longer dominates your energy. It's there, but it no longer rules. It informs, but it doesn't control. You live from your center. And in that stillness, in that quiet truth, you become the presence that heals without trying. If this message resonates with your soul, leave a like, subscribe to our channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss content that helps you embody peace and presence. Comment below. I am a source of quiet healing, to affirm your journey and inspire others to live from their center. As you continue walking this path of awareness, remember, the absence of chaos is not emptiness, it is mastery. When your shadow no longer controls you, peace is no longer fleeting. It becomes your foundation. If this message resonated with you, take a moment to reflect on how far you've come in reclaiming your power and choosing healing over reaction. Don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who may need this wisdom today, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Be sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos filled with deeper insights into your spiritual journey. Until next time, stay conscious, stay grounded, and keep evolving.